Before we move forward with our invocation, let me go ahead and just make sure that everybody does understand what we've done here today. We had a 1 o'clock executive session, and we didn't finish. So we've recessed that executive session to be taken back up tomorrow at 5:30. So if you heard an exec postponed till 5:30, that's not today. Today we'll go ahead and work through the agenda. Once we're done with the agenda, we'll break. We'll come back into that executive session tomorrow and then close it out. So once again, appreciate everyone being here today. I believe we have Charlie Keys here for our invocation. If you guys don't mind, if you'll all rise.
I'd like to thank the City Council for the opportunity to come and lead this prayer and invite anybody who would like to bow with me in prayer.
Thank you.
Father in heaven, we thank you for this opportunity to gather together, to collectively discuss what is best for our city and our community. Father in heaven, I thank you for the collective wisdom that is represented on this council, but also represented in this room. And I thank you, Lord Jesus, that you gave all of us free will, but not only free will, but the ability to discern and think and plan and prepare. I pray for all of us here that our concern would not be what is easy. Our concern would not be what is popular. I pray that our concern would be what is right and what is best for our community and our city. I pray that our minds would stay focused, our emotions would stay calm, and we'd be able to think clearly and use the wisdom that you've given us to establish a good and healthy plan to move forward so that our city continues to be blessed, continues to grow, and continues to thrive. I pray all this in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. If you guys would, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag, please. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, please be seated. Council, if you can, we're going to go ahead and go down, and we have a proclamation, so we'll take the floor at this time.
Well, good afternoon. Glad to have everyone here. We are proud, this council is proud to have a proclamation today honoring Panhandle PBS. And I'm going to read the proclamation here, and then we have a couple of people that are here from Panhandle PBS that we'll introduce you to, and then ask them to say a few words and add a little bit more about what Panhandle PBS does. But the proclamation that the mayor and council signed today says, whereas Panhandle PBS signed on the air on Monday, August 29th, 1988, to reach more than 329,000 people living within a 74-mile radius of Amarillo. And whereas Amarillo College houses Panhandle PBS and the Gilvin Broadcast Center on its Washington Street campus as a way to reaffirm its commitment to education beyond its campus walls. And whereas Amarillo College offers Panhandle PBS's state-of-the-art television studio and FM 90 radio broadcasting facilities as learning laboratories for students in the college's matinee mass media program. And whereas the Panhandle PBS facilities are named in honor of Linda and LP Pete Gilvin, whose generosity and commitment to education, medical, culture, and civic prosperity shaped a vision of excellence for our future. And whereas Panhandle PBS's mission is to enlighten, educate, and inform the community. And whereas Panhandle PBS provides 3 channels of programming, Panhandle PBS, PBS Kids, and Create, and its local productions tell the stories of the people of our region. And whereas Panhandle PBS is more than TV, creating opportunities across our region through free community outreach events, documentary screenings, public issue forums, arts performances, and children's gatherings. And whereas Panhandle PBS serves as a historical repository for individual and series documentary broadcasts about the people, events, locales, and spirit of our area, now therefore we mayor and city council members of the city of Amarillo do hereby declare on this day of August 2023 as Panhandle PBS Day and encourage citizens to take advantage of the myriad of arts, culture, historical, and community offerings that Panhandle PBS provides. Let's join us in appreciating Panhandle PBS and recognizing this day. I know we have several people from Panhandle PBS that are here today, and so I want to invite them up. And
come on up to the middle.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Yes. How are you?
Okay. How are you? Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Karen. Are you the official speaker? Do you want to say a word? Who?
That would be Julie Grimes.
Okay. I'm going to let her say a few words. So, hey, Jack. How are you doing?
You all right? Good to see you.
So we want to thank you. I want to ask Julie if you wouldn't mind sharing a few words and adding a little bit more about PBS and sharing any of the other information with our audience today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the proclamation, all of you guys. I'm Julie Grimes. I'm the general manager at Panhandle PBS, and I'm here today standing on the shoulders of so many people who came before me 35 years ago to start the station in the Texas Panhandle. I'm not sure if you all know, but back in 1988, up until 1988, Amarillo was a recipient of the Dallas-Fort Worth feed of PBS. And so since 1988, we've had the honor and the pleasure of being able to be right here in the Texas Panhandle and telling your stories, the stories of the people, the places, and the things in the Texas Panhandle. We are proud to have been here for 35 years. We hope to be here for many, many more. And we're also moving forward, like you said in the proclamation, we're moving forward with an eye toward becoming a modern media company. And that means that we do so much more than just television. We have great community partnerships, and we do screenings in our studio, and we are navigating the World Wide Web, like all the rest of the world is these days. And I'm also really thrilled to announce that I am fresh off of a meeting in Austin where other general managers of PBS stations in the state are joining together so that we can bring Texas content to the whole state. That's going to mean that our Panhandle stories will be able to be aired all across the state, and we're really proud of that also. So we appreciate your support, and thank you so much for naming today PBS Day here in the Panhandle.
And I'm going to give you that so you can put that together.
We'll get a couple photos here real quick. Everyone kind of in two rows.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Thank you so much.
Read those things, man. Okay. Thank you guys for being here with us from PBS and letting us do that for you. At this time, I'm going to hand the meeting over to our city secretary, and she's going to take us into public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we're glad that you're here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. Every speaker will have 3 minutes to address Council today. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a warning beep letting you know you have 30 seconds remaining to wrap up your thoughts. We do ask you stay within your 3 minutes out of respect for everyone here today. We do have a public hearing today. If you're here to speak on that public hearing, we'd ask that you speak either during the public comment section or during the public hearing. It's your choice which you speak in, but that'll help us keep better records for our minutes. When you come to the microphone today, you'll state your name, and then please say whether or not you live in Amarillo city limits. If you speak on something that is not on the agenda today, keep in mind council cannot have a conversation with you on that item since it hasn't been posted for 72 hours. So in that case, they may recite a statement of fact, they may refer you to a staff member, or they may ask that your item be placed on a future agenda. And with that, we will get started today. We have a total of 16 public speakers signed up. And then for the record, I want to let council know we also have 41 members of the public that gave public comment that did not wish to speak, and those are placed in front of you at the dais. So first will be Hale Oth, and on deck after Hale will be Edith DiTomaso. Is Hale here? Okay, Edie, we'll go with you next then, and as Edie makes her way up, Leslie Massey will be on deck.
My name is Edith DiTomaso. I live in the city of Amarillo, 1613 B. Bowie Street. Before I start my comment, I'd like to kind of make a tell you, I was married to a librarian for 18 years. I helped put said librarian through his master's, so I kind of understand a little bit about how libraries work. I've also volunteered to catalog all the books in my church library. Don't do that again. Okay, why do we have librarians and library staff? Have you ever wanted information that you couldn't find on the web? And you go into the library and you go, yeah, I kind of know what I want, but you spend like an hour roaming through the reference section. Or you could go to the reference librarian, tell them what you're looking for, and within about 5 minutes, they'll show you where you're supposed to be. Or if you're like me and you wanted to use the microfiche and you've forgotten how to use it, they can show you how to do that. The other thing is, suppose you go to the library and, because I'm a cook, maybe I'm looking for something on Mongolian cuisine, but I don't know where in the Dewey Decimal System that thing is. Now, I could, again, go looking through the stacks on my own, probably kill about 2 hours looking for it. Or I could go to the librarian and say, this is what I'm looking for, and they may direct me to the online catalog, which is also very helpful, and they'll also tell me which stack to go through. As far as the online catalog is concerned, somebody has to put those books in that online catalog. Cataloging is not a science. It's a little bit of both. It's an art and a science. So, and then you have the people who put all the books away, because if you don't have those and they don't have any idea where things go in the library, when you go to look for a book, you can't find it because somebody misplaced it. But besides all that, and I'm getting down to my end here, besides all that, they're public spaces. They're public spaces for people to go to look at things and to help them out. They're like people like me who are having trouble with their internet server right now, to go down to the library and use the computers. Also, how about that child who is really bright, but they come from a home that's not really good, but they need a place to study? That's libraries. So, in closing, I'd like you to think of maybe the unexpected consequences of maybe cutting back too much in a library budget, and think of the people as a public service rather than as just a line item at the bottom of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edith. Just as a statement of fact here today, to let everyone know, Staff has done what they were directed to do on library during budget workshop. They were directed to go and look at efficiencies and places where we could reduce our expenses without losing any programs. So no programs would be reduced or deleted. And then not inconveniencing, the locations in different branches. And so what they've come back with is a 200,000 plus reduction without losing any full-time employees and without reducing any customer service or program. So just so our public hears us say that, like, we think as a council that libraries are a vital part of our community, and we don't want to reduce any of what we utilize. But no matter the department, we still have to evaluate, and we still need to look for those efficiencies. And Rich Gagnon has done a great job of going through there and saying, we've got a branch open past 7:30 that nobody's in until 9 o'clock. And our staff's leaving at 9:30. It may not be the safest time to exit that building. We have, say, 10 people working for an hour and a half with nobody utilizing it. So could we, and no decisions have been made yet, could we have the downtown branch open till 9 where it's a safer environment? And could we close the other branches at 7:30? Maybe. What does that look like in the reduction and in the service? And then does it impact our community in a negative way? So no decisions have been formalized yet, but we are looking at those options, but only under the guidelines of we're not going to reduce any of the programs that we currently have. And we will maintain the same superior customer service levels that we've had in the library. And so I encourage everyone to continue to speak on that. I'm not trying to take anything away from you, but you got to hear us say we're not closing down libraries, we're not reducing budgets, we're not firing the librarians. We are just evaluating and looking for ways to be more efficient with your money. Thank you.
Next is Leslie Massey, and while she makes her way up on deck will be Dr. James Witt Walker.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I see some friendly faces up there, and that's nice. My name is Leslie Massey. I'm an insurance agent here in town. I live here in the city of Amarillo, and I'm here to also speak on the library. So cool. Thank you for giving us an update on where you guys are with that. But I'm speaking today on behalf of the United Way of Amarillo and Canyon. I'm the chairman of the board for this year, and we serve a population called ALICE, and I want to introduce you guys to ALICE today. ALICE is asset limited, income constrained, and employed. They're a large portion of our neighbors in both Potter and Randall County, and the library is very important to this population. The United Way focuses its efforts on the ALICE threshold population, who are the people in our community that don't have enough income to meet their needs. It includes the people that we would call the working poor, but also those living below the federal poverty line. Okay. In Potter County, 53% of the households fall into this category. And in Randall County, 34% of the households fall into this category, for a total of just over 42,000 households in Potter and Randall County. Our goal at the United Way is to assist these ALICE residents of Potter and Randall County to move out of poverty. Data shows that the best way to do that is education, and that's where the library comes in. Many of these residents don't have a computer, just like the lady before me mentioned. They use the library to go and search for jobs or any other task that they would need a computer, and the library staff is very equipped to help them with these needs. Books are also a luxury for a lot of these people in this population group. The libraries are some of the only places where they can go and have access to the books. And then children's story times and reading clubs prevent summertime reading loss. So that's important for the young to be school ready during the summer. And I know as my son was growing up, we went to the library to do the fun marching and reading, and that's always good as a young mom as well. The meeting space at our libraries is also used by nonprofit groups and church groups and things like this. So in summary, it says a lot about our community that we have a fine library facility in every part of Amarillo. Keeping them open during the hours our ALICE residents can use them is crucial. Okay. Our staff at the library, again, is professional and uniquely qualified to assist Alice residents. They're widely considered to be some of the most customer-friendly employees around, and we can all be proud of them. The large United Way community appreciates the library partnership in our efforts to serve the Alice population in Amarillo.
Thank you, Ms. Massey.
Next is Dr. Walker, and on deck will be Dr. Eddie Sauer.
Thank you all very much for your time. My name is Whit Walker. I was born in Amarillo, graduated from Amarillo High School. I went off for college, med school, and residency. I came back in 1993. I do live in the city of Amarillo. I have for many years. My comments are mine. They're not directed at any institutions that I work with. I do work with Texas Tech and Northwest and Vibra Rehab. I'm excited for the new commission. Councilmember Kraft, thank you for being a firefighter. I know that fire and police has to be either the top priority or right up there with the top priority, and I don't mean to take away from any other project. Public safety is important to me. Things like public health are important. Communicable diseases such as tuberculosis and syphilis, we do see those. I've seen 3 cases of syphilis in the past year, which is higher than I've seen in the past 10 years. I think syphilis rates are going up. If we can find 1 or 2 cases of syphilis, get them treated before they become 6 or 12 cases, that's good medicine, good for the people of Amarillo. Tuberculosis is the same. If we found a tuberculosis patient that was going to a public school and had an outbreak in the schools, it would be terrible. So there is certainly a value to treating these diseases. So I favor proper funding of public health. I can't tell you what that funding is. These are important things. Also, I like to eat, and I like to eat out. And for environmental health, to establish a level playing field is fair to me. For an inspector to come in and evaluate this restaurant is clean, this restaurant is less than clean, and publish that information, again, to give the public information to make their own choices is an important aspect. I also say waterborne diseases like West Nile and malaria are important. That's another function of environmental health. And I'll give you back a minute and 20 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Dr. Sauer, and as he makes his way up, Michelle Hoggett will be on deck.
Afternoon, Councilman.
Afternoon, gentlemen, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. It really is an honor and a pleasure. My name's Eddie Sauer. I still live within the city limits of Amarillo. And so I'm going to speak on the work session agenda, executive session, Jared Miller's continued service to the city. So I've got 367 words, and so I'm going to try and get them all done in 3 minutes. Okay. Mr. Miller had been hired by the previous council when I was elected in 2017. His leadership skills were put to the test immediately with the ballpark bid, if you all will remember. Hunt Western came in at a very minimum of $10 to $15 million over budget. There were some estimates that it was more like $20 million over budget. And the populist bid had been at $40 million. And we were faced with a very difficult decision on how to proceed. One of the solutions that he offered was to release the general contractor and to move to design, bid, build. The city would, in essence, handle the entire project. That was very risky, and required trust in all parties involved. Following intense negotiations, which he was in the middle of, Western Hunt took over the lead position, and because of Mr. Miller's efforts, we built the ballpark on time and within budget. This set the tone for the next 6 years of significant growth in the city, and it set a tone for me too. It gave me a lot of trust in the abilities of Mr. Miller, that he would do what he said, and more importantly, what we asked. Mr. Miller continued to prove his abilities to get the job done. He overhauled many antiquated systems departments, including transit, parks and rec, emergency response, and others. He facilitated 4 new or rebuilt fire stations during our 6 years. He added 2 companies of firefighters and the extensive remodel of the APD headquarters. He was also integral in helping facilitate Texas Tech Vet School, Buc-ee's, Bell Flight, Albert's Aerospace, Amazon, Producers on Beef, Cacique, and the list goes on. It's been pretty significant. Yeah, I understand that many of these were AEDC projects, but also what's more important is they required an excellent working relationship with the city manager's office. In many of these cases, without that cooperation, we wouldn't have seen these things happen. Amarillo is currently the 14th largest city in the state. Of the top 20 cities, we have the second lowest property tax rate, and per capita, we have the second lowest property values. It's a very difficult revenue situation for the city to be in, which you guys are certainly finding out right now, right? Yet every year, Mr. Miller handed us a budget that helped us maintain the second lowest position while allowing our city to grow. In doing that, he kept a strong, positive executive team, and he has developed many department heads that allow our city to move forward and flourish. One thing I heard during the previous election cycle is that we should run this city like a business. In recent years, our population has grown above 200,000. Our revenues and budget have increased from $360 million to $490 million. These are signs of a strong, growing business. All the while, we have kept our taxes low. Finally, I want to speak about Mr. Miller's reputation across the state. Among other city managers, including those in big cities, he is highly respected. Mr. Miller's integrity, honor, and influence extends far beyond the Amarillo city limits and has been extremely positive for our statewide reputation. I know the new city council has disagreements with the previous council. That part of it's real obvious, and a desire to go in a different direction. I completely understand that. But those disagreements should be laid at my feet and not Mr. Miller's.
Go ahead
He worked
and
very
continue
hard
there.
to enact our requests.
Please continue, Doctor.
That is his main job, and I do not doubt he'll do the very same thing for you guys. Thank you. While you may see this as duplicitous, I would argue that each of you gentlemen ran for the same reason I ran for office: for the love of our city and to make it a better place for our families to live. I believe if you ask Mr. Miller, he sees his primary responsibility is to do everything in his power to take the city in the direction you want to go. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Hey, Doctor, we appreciate your 6 years of service and your expertise and willingness to work. We'll take it under advisement, sir.
Okay, Michelle Hoggett is next. And Council, I want to point out, Michelle has provided you a handout, marked handout at the top. And on deck after Ms. Hoggett will be John Barrett.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Hoggett. I am a longtime resident of Amarillo, but today I represent the League of Women Voters of Amarillo. The League is a nonpartisan grassroots organization working to ensure that everyone is represented in our democracy, which includes advocating on issues as determined by the national and state leagues. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Amarillo Public Libraries. We've become aware that the Council has proposed cuts to the library's budget, and we are concerned for the following reasons. We believe that one of the goals of social policy should be to promote self-sufficiency for individuals and families, and that the most effective social programs are those designed to prevent or reduce poverty. The League supports policies and programs designed to increase job opportunities and provide incentives for basic education and training, which our libraries do. They offer a variety of educational services, classes in ESL, adult literacy, computers, citizenship, thousands of online classes, including business management and programming. Residents can get help with citizenship documents, create resumes, fill out job applications. Libraries provide access to computers and Wi-Fi, allowing patrons to conduct business and develop their careers. The Makerspace offers materials and tools to learn skills that can be used in a profitable trade. Libraries also offer spaces for job fairs, educational ceremonies, lectures, tax assistance programs, and a safe place for students to focus and work. Our group also strongly believes that early intervention and prevention measures are effective in helping children reach their full potential. We believe quality, developmentally appropriate, voluntary early learning experiences should be available to all children. And again, our library addresses that. They address early childhood education with multiple story hours for different age groups, laugh and learn classes that teach through music and dance, summer reading programs, story walks that combine reading with a shared family experience at the zoo and Meadow Park Lake, culture passes that help families visit the Discovery Center, Wildcat Bluff, and the zoo at no expense. And I haven't addressed the best part of the library, which of course are the books, both physical and digital. I taught middle and high school English for 29 years, and I know 3 things for sure. Reading skills are essential for every subject. Reading skills are best improved by people simply reading continually. But people read more often if they have books, materials that are of interest to them. And our library provides that. And this is what we need. Our citizens need access to a wide variety of books in different formats. So I urge you to support and celebrate the crucial work our libraries do for Amarillo residents through early education, career development, and community outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Well said.
Next is Mr. Barrett, and on deck will be Dr. Todd Bell.
Thank you. My name is John Barrett. I'm a resident of Hillside Terrace. I come before the council on 2 matters today: animal management, streets, and engineering. But first, I wish to express my gratitude to the citizens of this city for impaneling a brand new city council who has a talent and mindset geared toward the best interests of Amarillo. I came before the previous council approximately 5 years ago regarding animal management. As a retired postal worker, I faced animal issues each and every day. I have been attacked and bitten on numerous occasions. I gave that council a list of recommendations which, to my knowledge, have never been acted upon. I bring to you once again these items to the best of my recollection of what I gave to them then. The animal control ordinances need revision from bottom to top. The fines need to be updated so as to be prohibitive for neglectful animal owners. Measures need to be taken to report animal attacks to the insurance companies of these same owners. Animal control ordinances must be enforced with more rigor. Secondly, street engineering standards must be updated to include design and engineering standards for alleyways which support heavy equipment. Construction feeder routes for new developments to avoid heavy equipment driving on city streets not designed for these heavy loads. Mandated random sampling of streets to ensure compliance with engineering standards. Loss recovery for substandard streets repaired by the city, and I would include damage to city streets by these same developers after they've been adopted by the city. In my area, I have personally witnessed substandard workmanship and the adoption of city streets that the city should have never given a pass. I have witnessed repeated and unnecessary repairs to curbs, streets, and transitions in our neighborhood destroyed by construction equipment that had no place traveling streets not designed for these heavy loads. The city is potentially in the future wasting money for the repair of these streets. By implementing simple, specific, and updated engineering standards and designs, these problems and potential wasteful spending can be eliminated. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Bell, and as he makes his way up, on deck will be Howard Smith.
Mr. Mayor, gentlemen, appreciate y'all's time. I'm Todd Bell. I'm a pediatrician practicing here in Amarillo. I'm also the local health authority for our community. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for just a moment to discuss public and environmental health. My purpose is purely informational. First of all, human health does not, I live in Canyon. Human health does not exist in a vacuum. Individual health and the health of a community are dependent on multiple factors as we interact with our world around us, others, animals, and the environment. The concept of One Health is the integrated view of health in the context of the world in which we live. An outbreak of salmonella in the community has economic costs and health effects that extend far beyond the individuals directly infected. Heavy rains in the spring increase mosquito populations and the risk of West Nile virus infection. A 10-degree increase in ambient temperature in the environment increases the number of hospitalizations for kidney disease by 15%. If a neighbor's septic tank malfunctions, that can affect my drinking water. The point is, personal health and well-being are directly tied to the health and well-being of our neighbors and the world around us. Responding to an infectious pandemic is only a small part of the public health's role in safeguarding the health of our community. Public health in its fullest sense also encompasses responding to communicable disease outbreaks, treatment of specific illnesses, vaccine promotion, child nutrition, tobacco cessation programs, public pool inspections, mosquito control, restaurant inspections, rabies prevention, among others. Speaking specifically to environmental health, we're blessed to have a well-trained and effective environmental health resource in our community. The Department of Environmental Health is the regional expert in management of water contamination, sewage spills, mosquito mitigation. And last week, the department's mosquito surveillance program detected West Nile virus in multiple parts of our community, which prompted us to release an advisory notice to local healthcare providers. That allows and puts West Nile back in the clinician's mind when they're evaluating a febrile patient. Through the Public Health District Cooperative Agreement, environmental health is able to provide consistent regulatory standards for business owners across our community. Our local public health district, along with environmental health, are able to network and coordinate activities within our community because we know the stakeholders and resources locally available. And local control allows us to be more facile in responding to the needs of our local partners. At a local level, problems can sometimes be solved by picking up a phone rather than filling out a form. Environmental health, WIC, animal management, and public health all work together in this One Health concept in order to improve the lives of the community in which we all live. Be happy to answer any questions, except for I'm not sure that it's actually on the agenda. It's for next week. So thanks for your time.
We appreciate you being here, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Howard Smith, and on deck will be Mandy Griffin.
Afternoon, Councilman.
Good afternoon. The last 6 years I sat up here. It's my first time to be on this side.
A little different.
A little different, yeah. I'm Howard Smith. I live in the city, 1600 block of South Polk. I'm here because I read the agenda for your meeting today at 1 p.m. It was an executive session regarding the city manager Jared Miller. Topics for discussion included appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal. Sound like you're going to continue tomorrow. It may be a rumor, but I heard that the concern is that the present council would like to change from the present city manager contract to the previous city manager's contract. I don't remember the date, but sometime last spring, the previous city council entered into a revised contract with the city manager. We need experience at the top of the city. We have around 2,200 employees and a budget of almost $500 million. Jared Miller has a little over 6 years experience in Amarillo, and then he came from being city manager in San Marcos. The city manager's role is to work for the city council. He is aware of this and understands that the city council is subject to change every 2 years. So he has to be flexible enough to change and support the city council. Jared Miller needs to stay as our city manager because experience is what we need. If we change city managers, it would take a while to recruit someone with the proper experience to run the city. If Jared Miller leaves, there would be a probability that other upper-level employees would consider leaving also. I would hate to see this happen because it would be disastrous for the city. I am in support of you as council members, every one of you. You have been elected to do what is best for the city of Amarillo. After working with Jared Miller for over 6 years, I can say that he did what the past city council asked him to do. I can only hope that you will give him direction to carry out your desires for what you want Amarillo's future to be. Thank you.
Sir. Appreciate your service.
Mandy Griffin and her daughter Elizabeth Griffin.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. We were both going to take our 3 minutes. We've been practicing. So my name is Mandy Griffin. I am a pediatrician here in town, so I'm a physician. I am here in support of the local public health department. I apologize, I'm out of town next week, so I cannot return at that time. As many of you realize, the public health department serves as a hub for the entire Panhandle and surrounding states. Amarillo is a medical home for people from 5 different states. We service a large region. Our local providers, myself included, utilize the public health department for multiple reasons, both as their template for community health assessment, we utilize their specific protocols, and we utilize them as a resource. The public health department here provides experts in a variety of communicable diseases. You heard Dr. Walker talk about syphilis. When we cover the hospital nursery, we have probably one baby every 1 to 2 weeks who's been exposed to a mother with syphilis at this point. We have Amarillo Public Health staff that offers testing, treatment for these communicable diseases, some that are unfortunately making a resurgence like syphilis. The Public Health Department provides emergency preparedness, not just for pandemics, but for other situations as well. They provide interagency planning, mitigation, response, and they've been instrumental in setting up and staffing emergency shelters in combination with environmental health. The programs that are nearest and dearest to my heart are the maternal child and health promotion and safety programs. Elizabeth is going to talk about 2 of those in just a minute. But the local health department has been working with local school districts, including Amarillo, in setting up their programs for unassigned Narcan, epinephrine, and albuterol policies to keep our students safe at school. That has been a big undertaking this year. And then our WIC program that provides nutritional support both for pregnant women and children up to the age of 2. We have data that shows that participation in this program has been associated with improvements in prenatal growth and decreased prematurity rates, which decreases costs to hospitals, insurers, taxpayers, and increases the likelihood of a healthy childhood and adulthood. The Amarillo WIC sees 6,000 clients per month. They also provide breastfeeding resources, and cooking classes, and nutritional education. Using local resources and local people to know the local milieu of both infectious diseases, the needs of our community. You all don't know Dr. Bell the way I know Dr. Bell, but he's brilliant. And so being able to utilize the local resources to meet the needs of our community is imperative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I do not live in the city limits. Today, I'd like to tell you about 2 programs the Amarillo Health Department has that improve the lives and safety of children in the Texas Panhandle. The first is car seat training and installation. Car seat use reduces the risk of injury in a crash by 71 to 82% for children compared to seatbelt use alone. National data shows that in 2017, 325 children ages 4 and under were saved by the use of child restraints. 40% of children killed in car crashes in 2021 were unrestrained. Unfortunately, 46% of car seats and booster seats are used incorrectly. One of the programs the Amarillo Health Department offers is a car seat certified employees who can both educate on car seat installation and safety, as well as help parents and caregivers install their car seats correctly. From November 2022 to the end of this July, they gave out and installed 298 car seats. There are 6 Amarillo public health employees who are car seat certified. The second program I'd like to tell you about is Cribettes for Safe Sleep. Cribettes are offered to any parent in need that doesn't have a safe sleep service for their baby. In September 2022 to July 31st, 2023, they gave out 169 Cribettes. There are 6 employees who are Cribs Safe certified. This is important because about 3,500 infants die of sleep-related deaths each year in the U.S., including SIDS. This declined substantially in the 1990s when the Back to Sleep campaign emphasized safe sleep for infants. These programs are essential to keeping the children of our community safe, healthy, and happy. Thank you.
Oh, very well done. So, great job, Mom and Elizabeth. I still get nervous, so that's not the easiest thing to do. Thank you for speaking today.
Next up will be John Boone, and after Mr. Boone will be Dr. Brian Weiss.
Good afternoon. My name is John Boone.
You don't mind to pull the microphone up.
Yeah, let's get out of my belly button.
There you go.
And talk,
all the way up. Thank you,
even
sir.
higher, huh? Yeah. Hey, my belly button does speak every once in a while, but you don't want to hear it, that's for sure.
Thank you for being here.
John Boone is my name, and I live in Amarillo. I am near and dear to the San Jacinto neighborhood, and I am here to speak in favor of Agenda Item 9H, which is the Sidewalk program. Now, I had thought that I could come up here and joke a little bit about, I'm here for the library or, Jared Miller or, but the honest truth is San Jacinto is an old, historic neighborhood, and all of y'all are welcome to come and visit me. I'm at 801 South Tennessee, and I'm right next to the old historic West Amarillo Christian Church. Big bell tower on 8th and Tennessee. So the sidewalks in our neighborhood have been in deterioration for decades. And it's those, well, I can't curse. So those Siberian elms, when they planted them, they thought it was a good idea. But what they didn't understand is that those surface roots get massive, and what it does is it just heaves that sidewalk. And I've got one 10 inches out of the ground. Now, because I live to a busy church, and because just this morning I was watching children on their way walking to Sam Houston Middle School, it terrifies me constantly to see the condition of my sidewalk, and not only mine, but my neighbors. And while many of our neighborhoods are in deterioration, there's some that are doing a little better than others. But I am all for doing this. Now, when I got the postcard in the mail, this was like over a year and a half ago, from the City of Amarillo and the San Jacinto Neighborhood Association, I immediately was like, wow, look at that. And I got online, went to their website, became a member of the San Jacinto Neighborhood Association, and then immediately filled out an application to get my sidewalks replaced. That was almost exactly a year and a half ago. Do I have new sidewalks? No. But, it has been encouraging to see incremental process along the way. There's progress being made in all sorts of ways. But I was here mainly because I did look constantly at the agendas to see if or when a contract might be, proposed and awarded. So I'm thrilled and hope that this does mean that we're actually going to get started on some of the sidewalks and see improvements in a really vital, historic neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
And go library.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Dr. Weiss, and as he makes his way up on deck is Jeffrey McGonigal.
Yeah. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity. So I'm Brian Weiss. Currently, I am the interim regional dean of the School of Medicine, Texas Tech Health Science Center here in Amarillo. I consider myself a recovering chief medical officer at Northwest Texas Hospital. And so I want to talk about the public health department. And I know it's on next week's agenda, but definitely want to put this on your mind. So when I think about our public health department, I think about them in two circumstances. One is public health emergencies. Now, obviously, the most important one we think about is COVID-19. Now, COVID-19 was my second pandemic. HIV was my first. And I guarantee there will be another one, hopefully not in my lifetime. Okay? So when I think about what Dr. Bell and Casey Stoughton, the public health department, did to help this community, if it wasn't for them, we would have fared far worse in terms of COVID-19 than we did. Yeah, I can tell you, as a member of the Hospital Administration Northwest, we were desperate. Okay, we were many times where we weren't sure what we were going to do. We knew we didn't have the resources to do things like mass testing, like the Public Health Department did. We didn't have resources to do the infusions of the monoclonal antibodies like they did. And we certainly didn't have the resources to distribute vaccines like they did. So that was absolutely critical in our response. We met with the Public Health Department at least 3 times a week for about a year during that time. And they helped us coordinate all the activities between Northwest Texas Hospital, BSA, and the Veterans Administration Hospital. Absolutely critical to our response to COVID-19. Now, on the flip side is the other role of the Public Health Department is that surveillance about these infections you've already heard about that always threaten our community. Now, for the last 5 years, I have taken care of patients who live with HIV at the JOY clinic. Now, members of that population have been and still are at risk for a lot of the communicable diseases that you've heard about, tuberculosis. Syphilis is a presence in my clinic every week. Okay? They are saying that we are seeing a national rise of all these sexually transmitted infections, including syphilis. And if you look at the comments made by the experts saying, why is this happening? Hey, across the board, they're saying it is the underfunding of public health in the United States. And the problem is COVID took all those resources that were already underfunded and pulled it away, and we've taken our eye off the ball. Okay? So that's the problem. I see the occurrence of HIV, syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, and TB. Right? And these are all diseases that affect our community. So I ask that you strongly consider strong support of our public health department. They are instrumental in protecting all of us, our children, our loved ones, from these diseases that have haunted humankind for a long time. But if we don't stay on top of them, they will continue to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr. Weiss, sir.
All right, Mr. McGonigal, and on deck will be Jill Humphrey.
Jeff McGonigal, I'm here in Amarillo.
Oh, he's got it. I hope so. I do too.
After my drubbing in the mayor running, I was bruised and bloodied, and I saw the mayor, and he said, hey, Jeff, I want you in the chamber, and I want a poem. So if you don't like my poem, blame him.
I did ask. Better be good.
Oh, get what you asked for, okay? It's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. What's in line for this city? It's time to stop sitting on the fence and moving all towards excellence. The buck stops here, right here in this room. The ones in this room would determine victory or doom. The city manager is the one who sets the tone. A standard of excellence he must own. This trickles down to those he guides below. The seeds of excellence he is to sow. But above to guide is the 5 guys. 5 guys that cannot remain in disguise. If you've got dirt or skeletons, you must come clean, because this city can't afford anything behind the scene. The time is now. Enough is enough. Let us heal and get beyond the old stuff. It's going to be a challenge, but I will tell you what. Amarillo, the city of force, if not shut. It can rise to a city of the free, where each and every citizen says, it's great to be me. I think that sums up everything that's been talked about today. But I got a question. Will things these 2 years be done fairly, or will they be done fairly? In addition, this is my biggest pet peeve. On my site, I used to have this thing called Ugly Amarillo. Okay? City Hall is our palace. It is our palace. It is the place where people come to see what is about, or meet with our dignitaries. Its entrance and appearance, whether things work, reflect the city. Does anyone notice the apathy our entrance conveys today? I know when I arrive here, I'm ashamed when I prefer to praise. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
As Ms. Humphrey makes her way up, our last speaker that's signed up today is James Skank.
My name is Jill Humphrey, and I do live in the city limits of Amarillo. I've spent 30-some years as an educator, a few of those years as a teacher, many of those years as an administrator and a program director. And every decision that was made as an educator, whether a teacher or administrator, was based on data. I gave to you just something that I threw together, data that I found on Lubbock Animal Services page and compared it to the data on our Amarillo Animal Management and Welfare page. I'm comparing two cities, of course, that are not exactly the same. Lubbock has a population of about 50,000 more than we do. So I just want you to take just a quick look at that. October of 2022, Lubbock had a live release rate. That means animals that went into the shelter and were saved. That was 95.8% in October, whereas Amarillo's was 55%. November was 94%, and Amarillo was 62%. December, Lubbock was 93%, and Amarillo was 64%. Jump over to July, we have 90% or 89.5% in Lubbock and 51% save rate in Amarillo. Okay, so the data doesn't always say everything it needs to say. Sometimes we have to ask questions. As an educator, I was in a classroom, how many of my students, what percentage passed the test? If 50% of my students passed the test, I wasn't getting a pat on my back that I was doing a good job. As a program director of a federal grant program, I had data, and I had to meet goals, and I had to have specific data in order to keep the program running. When we refer back to, I'm going to digress a bit, under Mr. Miller's leadership, AMW has not been a priority, never was a priority. I'm not going to say he did nothing for AMW. I'm going to say that it was not a priority compared to some of the other things that maybe were a priority in the city. I'm going to say that even if we took Lubbock out of the scenario up here, even if we take out all those numbers and don't compare Lubbock, look at our numbers. 55% save rate in Amarillo in October. Those numbers are atrocious. If this were my report card for my job description, it's atrocious. It's not a pat on the back, you're doing a good job. We're doing something wrong. Again, the data doesn't always say everything. You can look down to the years in general. You got 2018 down to 2022. 2018, we're at about an 80% live release rate. We're now down to 63% on 2022. And you can see that this year, we are looking at our numbers dropping even more significantly. I know my time's up. I have a lot to say about this issue, and I'll keep coming back. As Mr. Miller knows, I'll just keep coming back. I'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our last speaker is James Skank.
Not yet.
All right. Listen, this is what community engagement is all about. And I appreciate you opening up the door to allow this to go on. So people can come and speak about anything. Believe it or not, I'm actually going to speak about a consent agenda item. And this is one thing I know a lot about, but I'm not sure that people in the audience or watch on TV or in the news, but things that Andrew's going to bring up, or it's on there, about explaining the guidelines of the on tax abatements. And you said you're going to go back, and I've read over that, and I wonder if you could just pull it and just give a real brief explanation of, because I know some of the tax abatement law or rules have changed to where you're doing a little bit different with each individual now, instead of sort of a blanket. I mean, I believe I'm saying. And then this turns over to another area of public comments. If you could pull that out, talk to me later. Public comments submitted in writing, we don't get to see. And if there's a chance that we could publish those, because I think people that write public comment would like it to be public. I would like to see them. And if you had 40 or more people in the last few couple of times we've had, I don't know, put a little bit of it online and just let people's voices be heard there. I think that would go on instead of stopping public comments, in some ways. And then one part of the website, when you're going into it and you want to look at the agenda, and you go to this second, the part that shows the transmittals, it would be nice, because that transmittal is sometimes 200 pages long, and you're wanting to go to a particular topic. If there was some way that you could actually click on that, 9B, and it would click you down to that transmittal instead of, I don't know if y'all have to on yours, but we have to bump on down to sort of get to that. Anyway, it's a waste of my time. Blessings to you all. Thank you for listening.
Appreciate you being here, James.
Mayor, that concludes everyone that signed up today.
Okay, I thank everyone for participating, all those that signed up and spoke here today. We'll go ahead and move through public comment into our discussion items. I would ask now, item 7A, does council have anything that they have any questions over before we move on to our first discussion?
No, not to discuss, but to follow up with Mr. Skank's question, I think, about the abatements. He's not paying attention.
Yeah, keep going.
Mr. Skank, to address your deal about the abatements and the item, you can't hear me? I'm thinking I'm speaking as close as I can to my mic.
Okay.
Well, to address your question about the abatements, you had your question. I think this is more the city just being able to participate in the use of abatements. It is not a requirement that we do use them. It's just us that if we choose to use them for incentive packages, we have to go through this. That's what this is. Did that help answer your question?
Just what is the guideline that you're going to use in a particular company or business once an abatement?
Yeah.
And I follow that pretty good. I don't think most of the people I talk with don't understand it. Why does one get a 10-year, another one gets a 10,
right.
5-year?
So I would direct you, and you're right, with Andrew, to see if in AEDC that you could give some direction on that.
Okay, appreciate that. Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to address before we move into item 7B?
No, sir.
Okay. At this time, we're going to discuss updates to the International Code Council and the impact that has on our building community. I had Johnny Scholes down. Is it not Johnny that we have doing this presentation?
Johnny is not available right now.
Yes, sir. So Howard Hall is going to come up here and go ahead and guide us through this. Appreciate you being here today, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thanks for all people present. We started on this journey about 3 years ago, set on a course to look at the new codes.
Hey, Howard, can you grab that microphone and pull it up a little bit?
I'm sorry?
Can you pull that microphone up just a little bit? Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
They come out on a 3-year cycle. We started in 2020 looking at the 2018 codes, and I say we. When I speak about we, I'm talking about the Department of Building Safety and the Construction Advisory and Appeals Commission. Those are people that volunteer their time to come in and look at these codes and determine their viability in our built environment. We go by our ordinances. We have 9 people that are members of this commission. We have design professionals, engineers, architects. We have an industrial design professional. We have contractors, building contractors, both commercial and residential, that are members of this board. We have an insurance, fire, and casualty recording agent. We have plumbing, heating, electrical, mechanical contractors, mechanical being HVAC contractors. And we also have an individual citizen on the board who is just a member at large who has no financial interest in the industry whatsoever. So they develop recommendations of versions and amendments to the codes to be considered by the mayor and council. They also hear appeals of decisions made by the building official and the city marshal. We started these meetings back in 2020. We've had a total of 40 from the date that we began to today. That, as you can see on the screen, if I got it right here, I can move forward with you. Those are the meetings in the approximate dates and the years that they took place. 5 of these meetings were held via Zoom, so that it was during the COVID era when we had to be careful with our public meetings, and so we didn't spread disease. These meetings took place at the times that they're posted. They were open to the public. We posted them to our city website. We took input. We had emails. We accept emails on a constant and ongoing basis for input from the public and anybody that has input that's a citizen here in Amarillo. We have our staff that goes out in the field every day. They talk about these codes with contractors. We interact with them, and we take those suggestions, and we try to bring them together for a proposal as to what would be best for the citizens of Amarillo. The Construction Advisory and Appeals Commission first started looking at the 2018 codes. Because it was already 2020, they decided that they would go ahead and start looking at the 21 codes so that we wouldn't have to go through this process again in another 2 or 3 years. Those codes cycle and are updated by the International Code Council on that 3-year basis. So the next version that was looked at were the 21 codes. We went through those codes and we presented what we felt like were the changes from the previous code cycles. We're currently under the 15. We looked at the 18s, and then we showed them where it would be affected by the 21. We didn't have a whole lot of changes in necessarily safety or those aspects. We look at just updating that for the city and tailoring it to our use. And I think most of the changes were technological changes in the fire code, which I think is important for our city, and its safety measures that will bring us up to date and allow the most advanced technology, that will allow the most advanced technology to be used in our current construction projects. We looked for organizational input. We took the message to the Texas Panhandle Builders Association. We took it to the Roofing Contractors Association of Texas members here, local chapter in Amarillo. We took it to the Construction Specification Institute members, local Amarillo. We asked and received some guidance from SPEAR, which is the South Central Partnership for Energy Efficiency as a Resource, and then also to Xcel Energy, and I'd like to take a moment to thank them. They provided some pre-training on the newest energy code, and they had input. We, as a group, want you to consider these codes. We have those codes as resources. There are rules. They set a minimum standard in the city for the safety in the built environment here in the city of Amarillo. And we do our best to make sure that takes place. It's a minimum code. I don't think that it's unreasonable, and I appreciate your time for listening to my presentation today. If you have any questions, I'd like to open it up for questions from you. would be happy to answer any if you have any.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Hall on the code adoptions?
I do, Mayor. What was kind of the feedback from the community and these other members that, whenever we were proposing this, what was their feedback on it? Was it, against it, for it?
There was pretty much a wide variety. I think most people think about moving forward because it can affect our insurance rates in the city. I think that people feel like that we need to keep up and stay viable, but at the same time we try to limit those changes to a point that it's not economically infeasible for us to move forward. We don't want to affect the economic growth of the city. We want it to be robust and vibrant, and we try to assist in that. Okay.
And so by, say, it doesn't update or whatever, it could have an effect on businesses that would want to come to the city and do business, right? If those codes weren't where they needed to be, or, the most recent codes, is that correct, or would that be a kind of a false statement?
I don't know that it would necessarily be a false statement. Everyone has their reasons. But I do know that it provides a safer environment for all concerned, especially when we're talking about public spaces and when we're talking about homes and residences. I think that those things are absolutely necessary. We have the National Fire and Protection Association Code 70, which is the electrical code. 90% of all fires occur from electrical. Those fires are easily monitored through the technology that's available today. Our electricians in this city are required by the state of Texas and TDLR to inspect to the most recent version. This is a state health code, health and safety code, that they inspect to that most recent version of the NFPA 70. So plumbing, it's a health issue. If we don't keep up with the plumbing codes and we don't make sure that that water supply is safe and that our sewage and wastewater isn't dealt with, then that could also present a health hazard. So I think it's absolutely necessary to keep up with current codes, but at the same time try to temper that advancement and allow the market to catch up.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Of those, you said there was a wide range of answers or opinions, I guess. Of those that oppose adopting the new code, why would they not want to adopt the new code?
I think in the Construction Advisory and Appeals Commission chose to pick the most recent versions of the code for the electrical, plumbing, mechanical, the building, fire code, existing building code, the residential code. They also opted to upgrade the International Pool and Spa Safety Code, the National Fuel Gas Code, or the International Fuel Gas Code, but they opted to remain in the Energy Code category at the 15. The 15 code is not as popular. I mean, the 21 code for the Energy Code is not as popular as the 15 code. People have voiced their concerns about this. Some of them feel as if it is overreach. The requirements have stepped up quite a bit for the minimum amounts of insulation, all of that kind of thing that goes along with creating an envelope that we live in.
So it's more efficiency that the new code is pushing towards. Is that correct?
The new codes are always trying to push towards more efficiency. The 15 code provides a high level of efficiency, and I'll make a comparison here to answer your question. In the 21 International Energy Conservation Code, there's a requirement in residential use for standard types of insulation at R60. Oh. So for fiberglass blown-in insulation, and I'll illustrate for you, that's approximately that deep in your attic. And R40 or R49 is about 0.5% less effective than R60. And R38 is approximately 1.5% less efficient. So effectively, the 21 International Energy Conservation Code almost doubles the requirement for attic insulation in a residential home with a mere 1.5% increase in efficiency. There are other options. There are HERS raters. The national or federal government offers efficiency upgrades for and designations for homes that are built to a higher standard, and those can be done by design professionals. The calculations submitted to us that follow those guidelines we'll accept, and we will allow those inspections to go forward. It is actually, I think, a better option for homeowners and builders, contractors, because it's actually put together and the math is done that makes it the most efficient. There are trade-offs. There are those kinds of things. If they install a more efficient window, then they would allow a reduction in insulation value in the attic. So those trade-offs can be very efficient for the building community and the homeowner.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
On these codes, by following some, are we pricing some of our citizens out of being able to do things?
On the building codes, I don't think there were that many changes.
Okay, what I'm going back to here is, for instance, you have a house that's 50 years old.
Yes, sir.
And you go in and put in a hot water heater, and they require you $2,000 to put in a hot water heater that in the day that house was built. I mean, I went through this, and I thought it was obscene, me having to pay $2,000 to meet a code that my house met a code when it was originally built. Does this address that?
Well, first of all, the technology is not the same as it was in the 50s, of course. We have more efficient water heaters. We don't set the prices for water heaters and availability. And in an existing home, that existing building code actually limits what me and my staff can do as far as upgrades go. We don't necessarily require you to reach a higher level of energy efficiency. We're looking at the install of that water heater, and is it safe? Does it have a temperature and pressure relief valve? In the event that it overheats and builds pressure, we want to make sure that drain, if that valve goes off, goes to the appropriate location and doesn't cause a burn.
Right.
There are those types of things.
Mr. Hall, thank you for that. If I can jump in, I do have a minimum amount of experience with codes and standards, and so both sides, I definitely understand the need for good codes. We value this. We want to hold our building community to a certain standard that protects all of our customers, and then we also want our building community to be able to hold each other to those correct standards. So when it comes to electrical, structural, mechanical codes, we all agree those are vital. I got a few questions here, but then like on some energy efficiencies, what I'm encouraged to hear is that our building safety department is understanding that, you know what, we're just not going to adopt everything and push it through unless required to by the state when we have a diminishing rate of return. So if we're going to double our insulation cost on one of our customers by a requirement of the code that's only going to reduce or increase their energy efficiency by 1.5%, that means on an average house that's got $100 a month, electric bill, you're talking $1.50 savings with a large increase of, say, $4,000 or $5,000 on a given example of the upfront costs on the insulation. Now, where this speaks to what Councilman Sherlin was talking about is there are certain codes that get brought in when you do an upgrade. So water heater is a hard example, but maybe a roof repair or, if you had a hail damage roof, if you removed a piece of decking or whatever, did that trigger my building safety department to say, oh, well, now you're in the attic, we've got to make sure that you're compliant on these other code upgrades. So I think we're doing a really good job of trying to balance this. Codes are important, costs of construction is important, and bottom lines are important. Let me ask, you're not moving the energy efficiency codes, so everyone can hear us say we're going to leave those at 2015. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. That's the decision of the Construction Advisory and Appeals Commission to remain at the 2015 level codes. We in the department do not make that decision. We simply present the codes to them and illustrate the changes between 1 year, 2015 to the 2018, and then any changes that may have occurred between the 2018 and the 2021 codes.
Greatly appreciate that. I think that's very, very helpful. If you had items that your advisory council pulled out, meaning when you adopt a code, you can adopt the entire code, or you could make recommendations for things that maybe are not pertinent to your region, or you felt like didn't have the impact to your building community that you needed. Do you have certain exclusions in these other codes that you're adopting, or did you adopt the full code at the 2021?
Oh no, there are changes. So as I said, the code allows for customizing it to our area. We're in a climate zone that has a frost line depth, and it's different from zone to zone. Those are basically the same zones that you use for gardening.
Right.
Zone 8, 7, 6, 5, and we are in zone 4, except marine. That we need to address and change in the code to tailor it to our local region.
So,
there are several things about that.
If we had a place to direct our public, where would they be able to go and see, okay, this is the 2021 code, and it's a volume thick, and these are the items that we've pulled out. Are we publishing that? And this is just a discussion item today, so we welcome our community to be able to get involved and see these things and see what our advisory council's doing and building safety's doing. So where would they go to see that, sir?
To iccsafe.org.
For our local changes?
These are free codes. We have the local ordinance that's already been adopted. It's in place. We're simply trying to get an update to that, and we can get that on our main city website. If you go to the bottom of every page, on the right-hand side, there's a link at the bottom. There's 4 links across there that remain consistent as you go from page to page. It's called Municode. And if you'll click on that Municode, it'll pull up all of the city ordinances are there. They're uploaded. They're available for the public for you to do research from the comfort of your living room or home, or wherever you may access that news. No comment.
Right.
And it has a Boolean search tool. So you can actually search keywords at the top in order to pull up the subject ordinances that may affect you or that you're interested in.
So I think this is a pretty heavy topic in the way of, like, I've already taken a few phone calls when it came on the agenda. We have interested parties in building and business, and so maybe we could reach out to our engagement communications department, and we could put something up that will make it easier for everybody to go in and see. And the more specific that we can be, so Mr. Hall, if we're not itemizing these and showing, these are the changes, I get that these codes are laborious, and so we're not trying to go through and evaluate every book and chapter, but in the way of, these are the changes that we recommended against. If we could see those quickly, then I think that helps us. So just a few more questions, and then I'll see if any other council has anything. Did all the other codes move to 2021, and energy efficiency is the only one stayed 2015?
Well, the NFPA 70, which is the National Electrical Code, is 1 year off of the cycle. So we're looking at adopting the 2020 version.
Okay.
And very shortly, within the next 6 months, the state of the NFPA 70 will be updated to the 23. We will have adopted the 20. There's a little bit of conflict there. I think that can be addressed by the council at a later date and the Construction Advisory Appeals Commission. The other codes are static at 21, and the next version will come out for 24.
And are these all required by the state to go to the 2021?
No, sir.
Sir.
The state has a minimum requirement at this point in time to go to the 2015 codes for municipalities in Texas.
Speak to the issue there. If we stay at the 2015 and then the state moves to, say, the 2024, in your opinion, are we better to go ahead and move when we can with our building community as long as we see value in it, like you're looking at on, say, the electrical or the fire code?
I see value in that, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's an advancement in technology, We want to keep up with those advancements, but at the same time, we want to temper the economic impact of it so it doesn't adversely affect our community. Most of the changes, as I said, are very small changes this cycle and go around in the building code, the mechanical code, plumbing codes, those things. The greatest changes took place in the energy conservation code.
Right.
And the other codes are absolutely about safety. The energy conservation code, well, I think that speaks for itself.
And Mr. Hall, if you wouldn't mind giving to Jordan maybe who the recommended contact is, if we had community that wanted to reach out, they had a question, a concern over a specific item, that way we'll have a way to direct any of that communication?
Absolutely. We have I have put up there an input email address of building@amarillo.gov. We accept input from any member of any citizen, any member of any committee, any association. We're here for the public. We serve the public.
And real quick, thank you for that. The last thing, a little bit of a loaded question. If for some reason we adopted a code, didn't fully understand the impact of a given part or piece of that code, and it proved to be deficient in our community, meaning it was hard to implement, didn't have a good payoff, didn't do what it was supposed to do, is there a process for going and unadopting or still changing, amending a code that was adopted?
By using the very process that we're using today, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to hear.
Construction Advisory and Appeals Commission, and we will absolutely, as a department, provide all pertinent information that we possibly can.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to make sure our community hears that we are moving a lot of data and information in. Sometimes we don't fully understand or can't see the full consequence of some of these codes until they're trying to be implemented. We'll always review and do what's best for all parties involved, business, residents, as well as building community. Any other council have questions? Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Okay. Okay, they're done with you, Mr. Hall. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for affording me the opportunity.
Thank you. That is just a discussion item, so we'll be bringing that back potentially next month, and we'll engage with citizens as we need to on individual items. 7C is a request for any future agenda items. We're going to ask, and then we're going to take a quick break. Anybody have a future agenda item that they'd like to put on the next agenda?
I do have a couple, if I could, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
One is, and I know we've been talking about this in budget, and I know our next meeting is not until September 12th, so we're over a couple weeks. But at that September 12th meeting, I would like to see if we could get an update on the Hollywood Road wastewater treatment plant. I know we had some issues with it, and also I know, as I've heard, the flooding that we experienced has kind of caused further issues, and we're facing some challenges. And while it's been discussed in public in the budget meetings, I don't think it's been discussed in chambers. So I think if we could get an update on that, I think for council that would be really good. And then the second one is kind of involving agenda or agenda items. And I think what I want to look at is maybe staff's recommendation. I think one of the challenges that sometimes we face, and as I've been new on council, is council, the agenda comes out to the council and public on Friday. And my not concern is, but my thought is that there are a lot of items that we're considering for approval for the first time on the Tuesday after they come out on a Friday. And one, that could be problematic, and particularly now that we only have meetings every other week or twice a week, the agendas can get quite lengthy. But that often doesn't give the public a chance to look at the agenda items that we're considering if the first time that they come on is the Friday before the Tuesday. To be honest with you, sometimes it may not give council the adequate time, and I understand that we can take them off or those types of things, but I would be interested in staff's approach or recommendations on what are we putting on the consent agenda. What items are we putting on there just for the first time where we're really only giving the public and ourselves a few days to publicly look at that? Or are there things that we can do either, maybe this council would need to kind of talk about what items we're putting on there. But I think sometimes if we have the opportunity to look at issues more than just one time, I know certain are required by law, but I'd like to look at ways that we can to address that. And also, and maybe the answer is also, are there, and I know Austin does this, are there ways that we can put out potential agenda items further in advance for council and the public? That is, these are things that we're thinking about, because right now, and I think maybe the public thinks that the council gets a heads up. We really don't. Some of the issues we may know about, but in my month on here, there's just too many issues that I feel like I haven't maybe, not that I've had not time to study them, but, if something came up and the staff wasn't available, I wasn't available, that if we're just turning these around in 3 days, I just like to look at what some options are to maybe get further heads up on those, not only for us, but more importantly for the public.
Real good. So I think we can get both of those on for a discussion item. I know Mr. Hartman saw on the wastewater treatment plant. He'll be able to work on that, and then perhaps we can get some pros and cons in Open Meetings Act and how we have to function, some of the guidelines we have to work in, but still getting a coming down the pike agenda item where it gives our public and council a little bit more forewarning of things that we'll be hearing because staff is already engaged working on them. Did I get that correct, sir?
Well, much more simple than me. Thank you,
sir. No. We've got a pretty full consent and then also a non-consent. We pulled several of the items off of consent already, put them on to the non-consent so we can get more data. And so we're gonna push all the way through that. We're going to take a 15-minute break and then come back here. We'll do consent, non-consent, and then adjourn for the day. Thank you. Down their seat. Really appreciate you guys. We're going to call ourselves back to order. We're going to move into our consent agenda. We have a little bit of work to do on this consent agenda. Do I have anything from council that needs to be pulled off of the consent agenda? Nothing from council. Forgive me, I'm looking for Mr. Freeman. What is my item? Is it 8-0? Okay. We are going to pull item 8-0. There it is. That is to consider an award that's not quite ready yet. Feel free to jump in, but we had a vendor that didn't have all their paperwork in. Is that correct?
Well, it ended up being a typo with the business owner name, so we've got to regroup on the paperwork and then bring it back next meeting as far as the legal owner of the Globe News.
Okay, great. So all it was the way in which it was noticed. So we just want to make sure we're doing everything exactly like we're supposed to. So if we can pull item 8-0, is there anything else that anybody wants to discuss before I ask for a motion? Okay, I would consider a motion, please.
I'll make a motion. We accept the consent agenda as stated, all but item O.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to move on the consent. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving right along, we're going to move into our non-consent items, and we have a public hearing here today. So Mr. Brady Kendrick's coming up to discuss item 9A.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item is a public hearing and first reading to consider the rezoning of a 3.37 acre tract of unplatted land in Section 58 of Block 2 A&M Survey in Potter County, Texas, to change from agricultural district to heavy commercial district in the vicinity of Interstate 40 and Jewett-Atterbury Road. And the applicant is Drew Dononsky for Atterbury Farms LLC and Bucky's Amarillo LLC. And the applicant is requesting this change to add some additional acreage onto the proposed Bucky site for some additional parking at the southernmost end of their proposed site. In total, if approved, the total acreage for the site would be 23.17 acres that they are proposing to develop. The Planning and Zoning Commission found that while the site does not conform with the future land use map category of rural for the tract, nor does it strictly conform with the neighborhood unit concept, there are some development and zoning patterns in the area in addition to other factors that, in their opinion, makes the request appropriate. First, it's noted historically that rural category is used as a placeholder upon annexation until development trends and patterns are a little bit more defined later on down the road. And given that this is along East Side 40, the corridors in this area, which can be seen on the screen here, tend to be more commercial in nature, and that is what is proposed here as well. In fact, you already have an exit for the truck wash that comes out on the Jewett-Atterbury in addition to the TxDOT Travel Center that is across from the proposed Bucky site. And additionally, due to the proximity to the airport, there are some associated overlays with that make these sections of land around the airport less conducive to residential development, such as the noise overlays. And these sections of the land tend to develop more in a commercial character. So that is what the Planning and Zoning Commission found with this item, that this is simply a continuation of these zoning and development patterns we see in this portion of Amarillo along I-40. With the public notices, we did receive one phone call. That was just a general inquiry. Once we explained the request, they expressed nothing further. And considering the just mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this request with a unanimous 5-0 vote.
Okay, Council, any questions for Mr. Kendrick on this public hearing? Okay, at this time we'll open a public hearing. Anyone that's here today that would like to speak for or against this item, please come to the microphone, give us your name and address. Okay, I don't see anyone here today. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I would request a motion, please.
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 8067 as listed in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We still have plenty of opportunity for discussion and questions. Does anybody have anything for Mr. Kendrick here today? Okay. I'll go ahead and call that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. Thank you, Mr. Kendrick. Item 9B is a discussion on our proposed tax rate. We have Ms. Laura Storrs coming up here to take us through that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We've got our first kind of action item related to a proposed property tax rate and budget for this next coming year. So there are multiple things that have to be done according to state law. We went over a lot of that this past week. I spent maybe a couple hours going over property taxes with you guys on August 9th, and hopefully we had several members of the community tuning in to listen to some of that. So what we have on your agenda today is to discuss a proposed tax rate. Now, essentially what this tax rate is today is a not to exceed rate. You have 2 other council meetings where you are going to vote on a property tax rate. You will have an ordinance that comes in front of you that talks about the actual property tax rate and how much money it's going to produce for a budget. We still have time to talk through some of those things. Today's action item is basically setting a top end number that you cannot go higher than that on your next 2 votes. So you could come down lower as we finish up budget discussions. You just can't go higher. One thing I wanted to mention, and I'll go through this presentation extremely quickly, is there's actually a state mandated almost ceiling that you can go up to without going to an election. And so I'll kind of start there. So property taxes reside in the Texas Tax Code Section 26. A lot of the rules that we're following related to truth in taxation were amended during Senate Bill 2, which was passed in 2019. So one of the items that we're required to do is to calculate a voter approval tax rate. That essentially allows for the operating and maintenance portion of your tax rate to grow by 3.5% over the prior year. It also allows your debt service portion of your tax rate to go up or down as needed for any outstanding debt that property taxes are supporting. And we went over all of that on August 9th. So if you'll remember, it sounds very simple on this slide here that it grows by 3.5%, but it's about a 10-page calculation that we have to follow that is updated annually from the Texas Comptroller. There's a worksheet that's out there. We have those calculations posted on the city's website for anyone who would like to view them. They're in the back part of our proposed budget for this year. So the other changes that Senate Bill 2 did is if council, if a governing body approves a tax rate above this voter approval tax rate, you have to go to an election in November. So there are deadlines for that, and the only way we could do that is if we called an election by Monday. And we have not taken the appropriate steps because we got direction from council during budget that was not really a road we were headed down. So that's kind of a moot point at this point in time. The other thing is that we have to provide notice to our property tax owners and then hold a public hearing. So this slide here real quick summarizes what we talked about for about an hour and a half the other day. So our current property tax rate in the current fiscal year is just over 40 cents at 40.628 cents. This voter approval tax rate, which is the top end that you could go to without going to an election, is calculated this year at 39.867 cents. So you'll notice that the rate actually came down. That was because appraised values did go up this year. So we have a lot of information about property taxes out on Amarillo.gov, on our financial page. All of our presentations that we've gone over in budget are actually posted out there on that page. Our proposed budget's out there. So if citizens want more information, please feel free to go out there or contact us. We can certainly go over it as well. I noted on here that, and this is just a straight calculation from the 2022 tax rate to the voter approval rate for 2023. On a $100,000 home, That's a $1 per month decrease. Now, I don't know if anybody's home stayed the exact same value as last year, because I think a lot of people saw some changes. So another way we look at it is on an average home value. So the average home values did change this year. They went from about 188 last year, 188,000 to about 199,000 this year. So these same tax rates applied on an average property, it would produce about a $3 per month increase. So there is kind of a difference between those. I know it's a little confusing, but want to make sure we're clear on kind of how those calculations work. And then what comes next? This is what I talked about just a few minutes ago. So today we're needing you guys to vote on a proposed tax rate. And again, this is just setting the maximum amount. That then will come back here on September 12th at 3 p.m. and we will do the first reading on the tax rate, and we'll have you guys record a vote. Then on September 19th, these are both Tuesdays, September 19th, we will come back again at 3 p.m. and we will hold a public hearing. So members of the community can come forward and they can voice their opinions, for or against the property tax rate that is proposed. And then we will have you guys do the second reading of the ordinance for the property tax rate and record a vote. We'll also ratify the tax rate at that meeting. So a couple of things. Today we'll need you guys to vote on a property tax rate. Staff recommendation would be to go with the voter approval tax rate, because that's the state maximum rate you could go with at this point anyways. But you could certainly go with something lower if you chose. But then you have 2 more opportunities to adjust that rate. And as y'all know, we're going to have some more budget meetings this next week, because y'all can't get enough of budget this year. So we're going to go over more budget this next week, so we can talk through options on this for sure. So again, you're setting a max today, and then you can always change it lower or leave it the same on the 12th and then on the 19th. So with that, do you all have any questions?
Questions, council? No.
I think one thing, and you mentioned this in the budget hearing, because when
Yes.
you go through that 10-page, it's not that you can just say, here's how much property tax money we got next year. It's going to 3.5%. It could be less than that after you go through the various exemptions.
So yes, there's a lot that goes into it. There's so you have new properties coming onto the tax roll that does kind of change our numbers slightly, but more than that, you're looking at appraised values from one year to the next, and you're also, some of those are subject to ceilings, so tax freezes. As you know, as we kind of went over, we have the 65 and older or a qualified disability tax freeze. Those change from one year to the next. We also have sales tax relief that factors into the calculation as well. And so you're right. There's a lot of factors that play into it. We also have properties that are going through a review process or maybe going through some sort of an appeal, and that can kind of fluctuate on the numbers. There's also properties being annexed or de-annexed. There's a lot of things that go into it. So yes, it's from a high level, you're getting about 3.5% more. But when you start doing the math through that 10-page calculation, I don't know that it'll ever come out as straight math of 3.5% increase of your revenue from the year before.
Yeah, because you may get some more, but if a certain number of properties go in, like if a certain number of seniors turn 65
Yes.
and their properties are frozen, those are no longer eligible
Yes,
for that.
exactly. Yeah, because they're frozen and it's not going to go up past that. That is correct. Yeah. So it is definitely a little complicated.
Anything else from council? Okay, Mrs. Laura Storrs, thank you for the presentation. So just to say it,
yes,
we are lowering your tax rate, but we are increasing your values, or your revenues, I'm sorry. We are increasing your revenues, and that's due to values. So the rate will come down from the 40 cents to the 39 cents if you rounded it off.
Yes.
That still is a tax increase of 3.5% that hits the revenue side. And that's due to what you just told us. And so this way we're saying it all. This is procedural in the vote, so that we're no decisions are final. We're still working through that budget. We still have, 7, 8 departments left to go through perhaps.
Yes. And one other thing I wanted to mention, on the slide earlier we said we have to give notice to our property owners. we will be posting in the newspaper and online and through social media outlets the date and time for the public hearing, because we'll want to encourage citizens to come out and speak related to the property tax rate. So there will be a great opportunity to have citizens come forward on it. And also, it is a little tricky because everybody's appraised values did something a little different this year, depending on your circumstance. And certainly we'll always encourage citizens to seek that homestead exemption, because that certainly does change a circumstance in a year of growing appraised values. So, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So I don't have anything further. If council doesn't have anything further, we're going to move on the rate of 0.39867 as the high end of the maximum that we could potentially approve after we get through with budget. Anything further? Would entertain a motion.
I'd move to approve the 2023 voter approval tax rate.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by place 2 and a second by place 4. With no further discussion on that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote. We'll move on to item 9C.
Mayor, can I get a quick point of order? Can you
Yes,
put
ma'am.
the tax rate in your motion, Councilmember Tibbs?
Would you clarify that?
Yeah, so I move to approve the 2023 voter approval tax rate of 0.39867.
Thank you.
And is that good as it stands on the vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are on to item 9C. That's Mrs. Laura Stores as well.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. And so on this item here, this is a fairly standard practice that the city goes through with our community partners, with Xcel Energy, SPS, also with our gas companies, with Atmos Energy and West Texas Gas. And so I think this is the first time this council has seen an item like this, so we wanted to make sure and give an explanation. I also want to recognize Ronnie Walker over here with SPS, and he is here and can certainly answer questions from their standpoint as well. I always bring in the experts in case you guys have tricky questions on some of that. So what this resolution does is it denies Southwestern Public Service Company's proposed rate increase request in connection with its statement of intent that was submitted on or about February 8th of 2023. It also requires reimbursement of reasonable legal and consultant expenses, finding that the meeting complies with the Open Meetings Act, and making other findings and provisions related to the subject. So what does that mean exactly? So first off, let's talk real quick about what was filed on February 8th. And again, if y'all have specific questions, I'll let Ronnie come up and talk about it. So SPS filed with the city and with the Public Utility Commission of Texas an application to increase its base revenues by approximately $148.5 million, which represents an increase in base revenue of about 20.6% compared to its current base revenue. This includes fuel factor and energy efficiency cost recovery factors, charges for advanced meters, and prior rate case expenses. SPS's proposal winds up being an overall increase of about 13.9%. And so what the state law allows is for the city to essentially intervene and to adopt a resolution that denies the initial request. What that then allows is for SPS to appeal it, to go to the Public Utility Commission of Texas and go through a process in order to evaluate the rate increase that they have proposed. So on our behalf, we work with legal counsel, with outside counsel, and they work with SPS's counsel and the PUC to evaluate everything that went into the rate case. And then they work through the proceedings, but essentially what this allows from the city standpoint is for us to help get the best rate we can for our ratepayers. And so this is just a proceeding that's allowed by state law. And so our special counsel is recommending that the city go ahead and deny SPS's rate request to increase its rates, and then allow this to go on through the PUC process. So with that, can I answer any questions? And if there's specific ones about the case, I will hand it over to Ronnie. But the other thing that I had mentioned at the beginning, but want to make sure that council understands, is the city does work with outside legal counsel on this. But this resolution authorizes us to seek reimbursement from SPS on those legal costs because state law allows for it. So with that, can I answer any questions?
Questions from council?
So this is ultimately going to help the citizens, right? If this does go through, and
it's a process that we're allowed to step in and to allow more detailed looks at the rate increases to ensure we're getting the best possible rate for our citizens. Yes.
Do we believe the state can negotiate a better deal than we can, or?
So I don't believe, and I'm looking at Mick here, I don't know that we can step in and negotiate the rate necessarily. I'll let Mick speak to that.
Okay, thank you,
Go for it.
Laura.
Yes.
Yes, this is the process actually for the rates to have to be proven in detail before the state agencies. And as Laura mentioned, we hire regularly outside legal counsel specializing in that area to, along with the other entities that may be also looking at the same rate increase, to kind of hold their feet to the fire at that level. It's really the only process we have. There's no other negotiation of rates under the way the Texas law is set up. So this is our best route.
Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to quickly mention that we appreciate our partnership with Excel SPS. They are fantastic community partners, and this is something we work through on pretty much an annual basis. And so it's a standard process, and we do maintain a really good relationship with them, and appreciate that so much. And appreciate them being here.
Does this rate come back to us for a final approval, or is it just whatever is negotiated out between the commission and Excel as they?
It does come back to us, but it's more or less pro forma at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of the final blessing.
Just out of curiosity, how many times have we gone back and basically fought this battle? And is it yearly, or is this like the first time?
We do it every time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have for years.
For years, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything from Mr. Walker back there? We always appreciate you being here, sir. I don't have anything, so if I can get a motion on it, I think we're good.
All right. I move to adopt resolution number 08-15-23-3 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's 5-0. Okay, item 9D is what we're moving into next. That may be Mr. Freeman, because I don't see Mr. Carter here right now. Oh, you moved. I apologize. Please. Thank you for. Yeah. So we tabled this, and feel free to come up. So when we tabled it, we put it on this agenda. So we're not going to take it from the table. Because it's not just sitting there, it's on the agenda. But we've had a really productive meeting with you and your crew. We felt like because it is on the agenda that you could benefit us by taking the additional time up until September 12th. So this would, I guess I would need to know, we need to table it for the next one, or if you wanted to push it to the 19th, it would be my question.
I think that's the thought, is to take it to the 19th.
So
with those
19th
recommendations, our board will consider those recommendations that y'all brought up. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday.
Yes, sir.
When we met. And so our board will consider those recommendations, I believe, this coming Monday, and then bring those to y'all on the 19th.
Okay. So what we would be presenting here would be for a potential member of council to table this for the 19th meeting at your request.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on any of this? Ms. City Secretary, I saw you.
At the next meeting. So
Okay.
just say push it to September
So we're
19th.
going to push, not table.
Correct.
Okay.
Good, fun parliamentary procedure.
So I appreciate that reading out of our Robert's Rules of Order. That'll help. So our terminology is correct. Do I have anyone that would like to push this item?
I'd move that we push resolution number 08-15-23-4 to our September 19th meeting.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion to push and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's a 5-0. Moving right along. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Item 9E is Andrew Freeman. Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So I was going to give a little bit of background on this first project. So these next two items are both part of the Texas Enterprise Zone process program designated by the state. The first one is for Bell. Just a little bit of background. So this is referenced in our incentive guidelines. This is a tool that cities and counties can use to promote economic development in their communities, and has the added benefit of not costing any local tax dollars to do so. It's a state sales tax refund incentive. The city and county's role is basically to nominate projects for consideration. They go through an application process that is submitted quarterly to the state for review, and then if they're awarded, they have the opportunity to receive sales tax refunds based on the expenses they make on their investment into their project. Encourages job creation and retention and capital investment. It focuses specifically on distressed areas of the state. So you have to have a census block group or a county that's defined at a lower poverty rate for a distressed area to qualify. Municipalities must also have an ordinance initially authorizing participation in the program. We initially had one back in 2006 with the first project being for Bell. We most recently updated that in February of this year when producer-owned beef was going through the process. We had to revise our ordinance because we'd had some incentives added to the options that increase our scoring possibilities for those applicants. So that was done. Producer-owned beef is our most recent one to receive the designation. So by nominating the business, that gives them the opportunity to receive those state incentives. Like I mentioned, the designation's for up to 5 years, and then they can make those investments and receive those sales tax refunds. As far as Bell's project, over the next 5 years, they anticipate investing up to $6.5 million to upgrade aging equipment, making facility renovations, $3.9 million proposed for infrastructure, a little over $2 million for campus renovations, and approximately $270,000 on equipment. They employ 546 employees, and their qualifying refund, which is the same for BSA, is $1.25 million over 5 years, based on job creation and retainment. So the goal is you hope to add new jobs, but it also benefits to keep those jobs here in the community. Based on the location of Bell being outside of an enterprise zone, so you have those that are in a zone, those are outside of a zone, and that makes up the qualification of as far as the employees that they have to hire that are meeting the economically disadvantaged. They reside in an enterprise zone or they're veterans. So they have a 35% requirement on their employee count to meet in order to qualify. And then just for y'all's information, the city is eligible to nominate for designation 6 projects each biennium. We're about to enter a new biennium starting September 1. So if both of these were to be nominated and receive that designation, that would be 2 out of the 6. In our past history, we've had a handful. Bell's been considered, BSA Hospital, Northwest, Producer-Owned Beef, Blue Cross Blue Shield. I don't think we've ever met that cap of 6 projects in a biennium, so that's pretty rare. And then those are just the main highlight of the project. We do have representatives from Bell, Sonia Clark here. We also have Sierra Gutierrez and Lexi Somerville with Ryan as their representative on this project, in case you have more specific questions on what they're planning with these funds.
Questions, council? Okay, so just some clarifications. You ran through quite a bit there, so let me just see if we can summarize that too. This is a resale tax certificate, for lack of a better term, that we may all understand a little bit more so. So this doesn't do anything to abate a property tax. It doesn't have any other kind of incentive along with it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so these are monies that this particular entity is just being nominated, and so if the state says, oh yes, you've qualified and you're awarded this, then they can go and improve their property, more or less do an upgrade, and then not pay sales tax on the items that would be involved in that particular upgrade or that piece of equipment.
Or at least get refunded on those qualifying expenditures.
So they would pay the sales tax, they would be refunded on that. But a lot like if you were a church and you were working on a church project, say in addition to a church building, you wouldn't be subject to sales tax on those materials because of the status of that church.
Right.
So this would be a temporary incentive that does that exact same thing to stimulate growth.
Correct.
Okay.
And it comes out of the state's 6.25% sales tax and not the city's 2%.
Doesn't have anything to do with the city's 2%.
Exactly.
Okay. And the state encourages this kind
Yes.
of across the board, and they're gonna award 105 of them, whether Bell is one of them or not.
Correct. And
Okay.
they do 12 a quarter that can be designated.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we had it spoken out, maybe a little bit more on kind of a small business understanding.
Yes, sir.
Anybody got anything to add? Okay.
Okay, I move to adopt resolution number 08-15-23-5 as presented on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of item 9E, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. Moving on to item 9F.
Yes, sir. So same exact program, but this one is for BSA. So a little background on what they plan to propose is a $10 million update of medical equipment and upgrading their facility to include patient monitoring systems, specimen transport systems, nurse call systems, and improved radiology and fluoroscopy equipment. They are currently at 1,957 employees and expecting to create at least 10 new jobs as part of their investment. They would be looking at the same enterprise project designation that would give them a maximum potential refund of a little over $1.2 million over that 5-year period. The one difference between the last one we just discussed is that their business is located in an enterprise zone, so they have a lower threshold of hiring requirements set at 25% for economically disadvantaged enterprise zone residency or veteran requirements. So that is the main difference between this one and the last one y'all just approved. And we also have Meredith Nelson with BSA in the audience if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Actually, I do. Do you know if these businesses have been approved in the past before?
Yes, so I did pull the history. We had Bell approved in 2006, 2011, and 2013, and BSA in 2016.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Okay. Entertain a motion.
I'd move to adopt resolution number 08-15-23-6.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All in favor of item 9F, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. Moving on to item 9G. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. We have Miss Laura Storrs back up here on a dissolution.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this item is a consideration of a resolution that would dissolve the Amarillo First Responders Excellence and Innovation Fund. This fund was established by City Council in 2017 to support excellence and innovation of the Amarillo Fire Department, Amarillo Police Department, and other Amarillo emergency personnel. So currently, Amarillo Area Foundation is stating that the balance of this fund is just under $38,000. We have a couple of things that we'll have to work through. But if council chooses to dissolve this fund, this amount would be returned to the Amarillo Area Foundation general funds, and their board would then allocate those out to other projects. And from my discussions with Amarillo Area Foundations, normally their board tries to honor what the original funds, what the purpose of the funds were originally intended for. And so more than likely these funds would get allocated out to something related to first responders. But again, that's not necessarily part of the dissolution because council cannot direct it at this point. But again, that is what the practice of Amarillo Area Foundation Board is. So any questions I can answer on this? Oh, and as a reminder, we discussed this back at a council meeting on July 11th. And so researched it, and then this is the item that we brought forward for council to consider.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Questions?
I have a problem dissolving it if we don't know where it's going to go. I mean, I would rather know that it's going to go to our first responders, whether it be police, fire, or whatever. Just saying we don't want the money and leave it in somebody else's hand, I don't like that idea at all. So I guess the question is, can we take that money, not movie, and dissolve it, but go ahead and make a transition into a fund that is within the city?
No, that is not part of dissolving the fund. That's not the practice of dissolving the fund. Another option could be there is a board that council appoints. If council wanted to appoint board members, have a meeting, direct where the funds go, then dissolve, that potentially could be an option as well. But as far as just taking action to dissolve the funds, my understanding from what Amarillo Area Foundation said, it automatically reverts back into their general funds.
Thank you.
Yes.
Question. Any other questions?
And what's the current approximate balance of the
So, and again, interest accrues on this, and so it could change daily, but it's approximately $38,000. So we had, there's a couple of items I want to clarify with them because the board that directed these funds, or directs this fund, met, I believe it was last year, for a request from the fire department to purchase some software, and want to make sure all of that got paid out appropriately, and because it was authorized and approved before this gets dissolved. And so it's approximately $38,000. Yes.
I don't know, but can I make a motion to push this back?
You can. I would ask that we go ahead and finish our discussion before you do it, just because we may have a few other options. Mr. Simpson, you have anything else?
I do not.
Okay. So do we know, does any of our first responders have any potential projects or anything they've applied for?
Other than the fire department one that I spoke about, so they had applied for, it was the upfront software cost and then some additional help for ongoing maintenance. My understanding is these funds, as people donated into it, some designated it for police and some for fire. And so there was kind of a carve-out amount for fire. And that's what the ask was this past year. And I don't have the exact date with me. And so we're going to clear that up. But other than that, I have not received any requests from the police department. We could certainly run that down, and I'm sure they've got some. There's always things potentially that could be needed, so we could certainly inquire of that. Sure. If you'd like.
Do you know how long the 38,000's been stagnant in this entity?
I do not know that for sure. And as mentioned, it was this fund was established in 2017, and the most recent action that we took related to these funds was this past year. So I could find out and see if I could kind of track down more history on how long it's been sitting there. But nothing's really been acted upon since at least probably, I think it was about a year ago. I'm looking over at Stephanie. I don't remember. So.
Is it, before council was to take any action on this, because we could push it or table it, is it appropriate to ask a recommendation from the Amarillo Area Foundation as to where they would like to put the money in accordance with the way in which it was given by individual donors?
I could certainly ask them. As mentioned, they did state that normally the practice is that they would want to honor that it was to go towards first responders. So they would most likely find a project that was related to some sort of first responders. If you want something in, that could look like a lot of different things, but if you want, I can certainly inquire of Amarillo Area Foundation to see if there's something we could get more confirmation from a board standpoint on it.
As a potential, what I would like is I would love it if our AFD and APD could make a request,
okay,
for some priorities that they have.
Okay.
And then staff would be able to ask Amarillo Area Foundation if they line up with those potential requests, and if Amarillo Area Foundation would have the intent to move forward with that. That would allow us to dissolve this either before or after the execution of that fund, correct? Like, we wouldn't have to dissolve in order for that money to be given, is my question.
So I'll make sure, I'll double check on logistics through Amarillo Area Foundation, but I think at this point to direct the funds, we would have to call a meeting, and I'm not sure if we have enough to establish quorum on that board right now. I'm looking over at Stephanie.
We have 5 of 7 members, Mayor.
Okay, so we could, with what we have, we could call a meeting and we could bring forward any requests that police department and fire department had, let that board go ahead and look through it and see if they could maybe go ahead and come to, to a consensus for all or almost all of the funding. And then we could look at dispersing it that way before we dissolve this, if y'all would like that. Okay.
Councilman, does that go, Councilman Sherlin, along with what your concern would be? So perhaps this is a good discussion item, but maybe we have the dissolution out of order with the way in which we would be best to honor the intention of those donations.
Okay.
So if we could direct staff to do that,
okay,
and then bring it back, I'm supposing we could vote, Ms. City Secretary, against this, and then that way it takes it off of any potential future agenda until staff is ready.
Yes, or you can not make a motion, and it'll just die for lack of motion, and then we'd bring it back once we have more information.
That makes more sense.
And then we could take your direction, if that's a consensus, just for us to go kind of work with this board, get some project proposals together and move forward on that, and then...
Not to impose either of our chiefs to come up here and speak, but if I could get a head nod, maybe would the chiefs be good with this? Okay. Well, then in that case, I guess I would entertain a motion or not a motion.
I make a motion not to make a motion.
I was shaking my head like this when he started talking. Well, hearing no motions, I guess that item will die here on our agenda. So item 9G, we will take no action on.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Storrs. Okay, we're going to move right along to item 9H, and a very important item on our San Jacinto neighborhoods. Ms. Emily Kohler coming up with this one.
Great. Good afternoon, I guess evening, Council. So this is a San Jacinto Neighborhood Plan implementation project. The neighborhood identified a cost share program in their plan to address the condition of sidewalks as a high priority, and you heard from a resident earlier. They also prioritize dead tree removal for trees in the right-of-way that are causing a lot of those issues, and that project is underway using their neighborhood plan funding. A year ago, a little more than a year ago, we amended the public improvement section of our code, 46191, to allow for the cost share program. And the San Jacinto Neighborhood Association adopted a policy that provides the criteria for which properties are eligible and what the level of assistance can be. So it's a sliding scale. At a minimum, it's 50%, and a property owner, depending on their income, can qualify up to 100%. So to have their sidewalks repaired or redone at no cost to them. And then if they do enter an agreement for the cost share, it can be repaid monthly up to 18 months, and we would work with the finance department to administer that. So this project that you're seeing today, we only received one bid. And the bid is based on estimates for 6 properties that applied to the neighborhood association in the initial round. And so the way we expect this to work, it's a pilot, like we are still figuring this out as we go, but the way we expect it to work is that once we have the contract in place, the contractor will provide a final estimate, and then the neighborhood association will work with the property owner to determine the amount of cost share that's available, and then the property owner can still decide if they want to move forward or not at that point. And so we are expecting to be able to do 6 to 10 properties with this contract, and then we're going to stop and reevaluate. And just for reference, it would be to do a 50 feet of sidewalk for a single family house if you didn't have to remove it. Like just installation is $2,600 based on the bid. And that's what I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
No, that's great. And just to clarify that real quick, so 50 linear feet, sidewalk would be typically 5 feet wide. So you may have,
I think it's 4 feet
wide.
Yeah. So 200 square feet.
200 square feet of concrete. Yeah. And so if you didn't have the removal, excavation, prep, tree root, whatever is in there, what does that cost? Like $6 a square foot, roughly, for your bid, $6.50. That's pretty typical in construction industry, especially for a smaller job like that. Thus, the reason that this contractor needed a larger contract, not to just take one contract at a time at, say, $5,000. So now then the bid would be for the demolition, removal, haul off. That's going to be per property.
Per property.
And you'll manage you'll manage those individual bids as they come to you, right?
Well, they bid on each of those, so we did like a per unit bid for removal and installation.
Okay. Questions, council?
Can you just explain one more time? They're putting in money, and then how much are we matching?
So the funding comes from the neighborhood plan implementation fund. So the neighborhood association has set aside their funding to match this. And like if you read the section of code that we amended, it allows for in the future, if we chose to, like if we're really successful and other neighborhoods want to do this, the city could choose to use other sources of funding in the future. But this is coming from their plan funds, and the minimum is 50% of a cost share. So anyone that's applying would be, no matter your income level, would get half available to them through those neighborhood funds. And then depending on what their income is, and they have to provide that documentation to the neighborhood association. We don't manage that. They can get up to 100%. So and it's at the discretion of the neighborhood association which property owners would get what percentage of the cost share.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
And so are we just kind of taking this one step at a time to determine which areas are eligible for this? We had the gentleman here earlier today that sounds like he was eager for maybe some, I mean, do we know what we're going to do in the future, or we just identify these initial 10, we're going to do those, and then we would determine then where the next group would be.
Yeah, that's correct. So we already have those applications in, and we're going to work with those and get those done, and then reevaluate and see. The neighborhood association has set aside $200,000 of that funding, so there's more available. But yeah, we think we just need to pause and figure out the best course of action after we do these.
And then just to clarify, the funding, they received funding from us, I guess just from the general fund for these projects?
So this funding is from the 2016 Proposition 1 bond, and then we were having some trouble with the latitude of projects. That was a transportation bond. So we actually exchanged that for cash for general fund. So it could be spent on a wider variety of projects. But essentially it's that 2016 designation from the city of $654,000 to each neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further, council? I think overall we're needing to get this money into these neighborhoods, and so I think that's the big push is a lot of red tape and things that slow things up, and so you're doing a really good job, Mrs. Kohler, and trying to work these plans forward. And so we appreciate that, and we're eager to get this going.
Thank you.
Entertain a motion on this item.
I move to award a contract for item number, is it 9H, to Tateco or Tate Excavation in the amount of $50,000.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion on this item? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's 5-0.
All right, great. Thank
Moving on to item 9I. This is a lease agreement, and I have John Collins down. And this is Kyle Sneederjohn. Mr. Sneederjohn? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay. Before you start, I have one member, council member, place one that's going to abstain on the vote, but go ahead and observe the conversation.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Kyle Sneederjohn. I am actually even going to hand it off again. Mayor and Council, I'm going to take the opportunity today specifically on a couple of items to highlight other staff members and people in my department that are integral to the day-to-day activities, including land acquisition. It may not be something that you specifically think of as an engineering role, but it is a role that CP&D engineering does for the other departments. And just like I have project managers and engineers who kind of manage the construction projects, I've got a staff of right-of-way and real estate and land acquisition experts that do this kind of work and secure these kinds of lease agreements and stuff like that. And so with that, I want to introduce Chris Ray. You've seen Chris Ray in other events, and he's been a part of other discussions, but he's going to handle this presentation for the lease agreement on some city property. All right, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is to consider a 549-acre grazing lease in Section 144 in Randall County, Texas. The city purchased this property in 2004. The city has drilled 3 water wells on this section so far. There's currently a 58-inch wastewater trunk line that runs through the south half portion of the facility, to the treatment facility, excuse me. This land could be used for future wastewater expansion facilities. Added benefits to acquiring this grazing lease, would be to maintain and monitor the section of land at no cost to the city. Additional revenue for the city and to the utilities department. This is a 5-year grazing lease with annual payments of $6,041 for a total of $30,207. Staff is recommending awarding this bid 7591, a grazing lease contract to Mr. Darren Hodgkins for $30,207 on a 5-year term.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions from council? No questions from Mr. Ray. Okay, do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion, we accept the bid of $30,207 for 5 years in the amount of $6,041 per year.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Ms. City Secretary, we have a motion to accept the bid. Do you need that worded different, or is that fine? It's an award.
I'll defer to Mick on that one. I think we're probably okay with council's intent there.
No, that's fine, to accept the bid.
Great. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0. We are moving on to item 9. Oh, I'm sorry, that's correct. That is a 4-0 with an abstain from place 1. Okay, thank you, sir. Item 9J. We have Jerry Danforth here. Is he still up on this one? Did you know you were up on this one? So this is an award for a sports lighting contract to Musco, and I'm assuming this may be in addition to what you've done with your other contract on the sports lighting.
No, sir, this is actually a little bit different. We're taking advantage of the Texas Pipe Board contract on this and negotiating with Musco for the lighting of Sam Houston, Medi Park, and San Jacinto Parks. We've worked in conjunction with the Parks Department and Musco, their local contractor, and the police department on security needs in those parks and what those issues are. We wanted to take a little bit different approach to this. Typically when you do parks lighting, you light the sidewalks. When you light the sidewalks, that's all that's lit. And so what we're seeing is issues in the parks in some of those areas. We want to light a broader spectrum of lighting there. We also worked with the supplier on this because we want the ability to, in the future, come in and mount cameras and monitoring on the poles if we so decide to do so. So we've got some modifications of those. We looked at Musco. Medi Park really requires this, but the other parks do as well. Because we're using Musco lighting similar to what we have on our sports and athletic fields, even on Hodgetown, we don't have light pollution with those because it is area lighting. It's not the stadium lighting that broadcasts lights in all areas. Medi Park in particular is an issue because of the helipads for the hospitals. So we have to make sure that we have a lighting product that is giving us adequate downlighting in those areas. So we will deal with that, and then it's the same situation in the residential areas. We don't want to be broadcasting light into residential houses and stuff like that. We want it focused on the area of need. So that's one reason we approached Musco. We're looking at, like I said, some modifications of the poles. We're actually looking at modifications of the bases and bringing them up out of the ground 4 foot so that a lot of the corrosion that we have occur on a light pole, that comes out of the equation. The other thing is both vandalism and accidental strikes on those poles with mowing equipment and landscaping equipment. So we've done some design changes to make those accommodations to really enhance these areas.
Questions, council?
I've got one. I noticed here the funding for this, some of it came from the American Rescue Plan, and I was just wondering how the American Rescue Plan made it down to parks and lights.
And so what we were looking at was the ability to use those funds in disadvantaged areas. And so all of these parks are actually in those disadvantaged areas. We couldn't do this project, say, in John Stiff or one of the parks on the south side of town. It doesn't meet the criteria. So the funding is available in those areas because of that situation.
And what's the breakdown on, it says, I guess it's a combination of that and then our own money?
Yes, the Parks E&I account will make up the remaining balance that is not covered by the...
and what's the breakdown on that between the two? I'll
have to get Laura.
The 216,000.
And that comes out of your general construction funds. I'm looking at Laura for confirmation, but that's general sales tax, property tax.
Questions from this side?
Y'all have like a turnaround time on when it'd be completed or started?
Well, right now, Musco's in their busy season, so the manufacturing will be what slows us down. And like I said, we have some unique designs that we're requiring on this, so they're going to have to gear their plan up to customize those poles that we're looking at. The advantage that we have is about the time that we finish up the sports field lighting, and Musco is currently working with AISD on Bivens. As soon as those projects are done, our project should be in line, and we should be starting shortly thereafter. So I would say we're probably looking at early spring before this installation can start.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
How much is the customizing costing us?
Actually, our vendors done us a very good deal on this. When we negotiated with them, because we weren't going, we reduced the elevation because we brought the pedestals up. It brought the cost of the pole down, and then when we added the electrical components and the brackets for future camera use, it was a net zero on the cost increase.
What, so this American Rescue Plan Act, I mean, I don't know, what else could it have done? What else could we do with the money? How did we decide that this was the best use for this money?
I'll let Laura address some of that. I can address the three parks that we're talking about. We're seeing a high level of incidences happening after hours in those parks. So if we feel if we can light them up and visiting with the police department, they feel that's the biggest impact we can make right away to increase the safety in the parks. So that was a big push on that component. As far as other options for the funds, I'll let Laura address that.
So with the American Rescue Plan Act funding, there was guidance that was published by the United States Treasury Department. There was also a period of time where communities could weigh in, ask questions, because it was kind of broad definitions what the dollars could be used for. And I appreciate Andrew, it looks like is bringing up, we have a webpage on amarillo.gov that specifically talks to the criteria that ARPA could be used for. One of the FAQs that the Treasury Department released after the first round of kind of questions came in was, could the ARPA funding be used for parks lighting projects? It was a complete carve out, or it was specifically mentioned in an FAQ. And what they said is one of the issues that was kind of a byproduct of COVID was that there was increased gun violence across America. And something that they saw in a lot of communities was that this ARPA funding could go towards lighting in parks areas that especially qualify in low to moderate income areas. So it has to kind of meet a certain criteria. But so it met a public safety purpose, but it also met a purpose of serving some of those low to moderate income areas as an open space that was safe to go to during a pandemic. So, and again, it seems like we're a little bit removed from a lot of that, but if you'll remember, they were issuing a lot of this criteria as we were still kind of in the midst of, or working our way through a pandemic. So the parks lighting, we had councils, we had a first round of ARPA funding that previous council approved, then a second round, and then there was an amendment to the second round when the athletic field lighting came in slightly lower than was originally anticipated, and so prior council chose to use this $1 million to go towards public safety purposes in these low to moderate income areas, whereas Jerry Danforth mentioned, we're seeing increased either violence or vandalism or things in these community parks. And so we had to be very specific on the parks that were chosen, and so that is why the three are on the list today for consideration. Now, as far as what else could ARPA be used for? There's a wide variety, but it's pretty specific. I'm looking at Andrew, if he could go up a little bit more. So, and if I could even read that far. So one thing that we captured was, and I'm hoping it's there on y'all's screens as well. So one of the big things that we took advantage of was replacing any lost public sector revenue, and the city did maximize the amounts that we could capture through that process. Then addressing negative economic impacts. Some of that we did use some dollars to support to go towards CVB to help with increased tourism efforts, to help kind of some of the tourism economy impacts come back. Support public health response, that's just, as you can imagine, the initial response during the pandemic. We could use it to invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Council had previously approved funding to go towards broadband infrastructure. And then from multiple angles, and really struggled to find a way that we could apply that with our ARPA funding. And so if you go back up, Andrew. So I think part of it is that negative economic impacts and kind of the overall initial response to COVID-19. It falls kind of into those categories with this particular use of the funding. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, this website, I could go on and on. There's a lot of information, but this website does a really great job of outlining what it could be used for and when it has to be used and what City Council has approved the funding to be used for. It's all on this webpage here.
So if I can jump in there real quick, because I think just directing the conversation, and you guys hang in there with us. We only got one more after this, and I already see the cameraman's loading his camera over there. So you've pushed the limit. So ARPA and other potential projects is where his direction was coming from, where Councilman Simpson's was. And this is a good example, I think, to what he's asking for as a council member of, well, I didn't know that there were monies left available that could have gone to a project that I didn't know about. And I'm still seated not knowing about other potential projects. And so staff is moving for recommendations with no guidance from current council, but working only and solely off of previous council's guidance, which may be the absolute right thing for the money and may be right in step with what staff needs and recommends and what our community would want. However, moving forward and asking for things in advance, I think we're also trying to move backwards and ask for things that we don't know. So you don't know what you don't know at this point. And so a listing of all spent or committed monies out of both CARES and ARPA. So let's take, for example, broadband. Let's say that it was listed at $6 million, and let's say that we spent, half of it, which I'm not saying a number because I don't know for sure. And so let's just say there was a significant savings there. If you realize this, then realize we don't realize this. So we would like an updated list, I think, moving forward on those. And then our CIP is a great example of how we want to know where staff has their needs and how you filtered through all your departments to bring these together so that we have a 5-year look and we get to work alongside you and say, yeah, I see how important these streets are going to be, and I see the need over here on wastewater, et cetera. Can we get a list of potential projects? So like this one would have been tops on your list, and Parks and Rec as well, public safety probably.
Yes.
Does that already exist? Do you have all this, or
Yes.
is this creating more work?
No, we have all of this. We have, I think it's quarterly reporting back to the Treasury Department related to this. Prior council adopted 2 resolutions related to this, which is what set us in motion. So I apologize that we didn't produce those ahead of time for you all to view. So we will get you the resolutions. We will also get you the current project list and what has been spent to date. And then we can provide you with the information on what eligible projects. And we do have so, for instance, some of the other projects that we did were some public safety projects, and I worked with both of the chiefs to compile lists of items that they needed, things that were needed in their departments, but we had to scrub through those lists on what actually met ARPA eligibility, because it's not just public safety, period, can be paid for it. You had to have ties back into what the Treasury Department allowed for. So we can certainly take a step back and provide resolutions with the guidance that we're working off at this point, and then project lists and spending to date on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Councilman Simpson, does that get you going in a good direction?
Yeah, I think so, because, as you're looking at $1 million is a pretty good chunk of money. And,
Yes, sir.
And this may be the absolute perfect thing to use it for, but I just think maybe before we commit to it, unless we're facing a deadline or something. I mean, I like spending spending $200,000 and get a $1.2 million project. That's good, but I guess for me, I'd just like to know, is there something else we should consider at this point, maybe that's a bigger bang for that investment, or is that the right thing, or kind of where we are before we finally commit to it?
Okay, and I'll let Jerry speak to if there's any pressing deadlines or anything that could affect us on this. So I'll let him speak to that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let's ask Mr. Danforth, do you have a contract here that will expire if we don't move on this? Can this be, I see it's by board.
Yeah,
So-
no, we have time to push it out. And in all honesty, this is still driven by a raw commodities price on steel. That's the only thing that can really change this number is steel and copper price. The labor price and all of that, we've got that set. So that's the only thing that could potentially affect us. But for the most part, we could push it back about 30 days before it start affecting that bid number.
Right. So our next meeting on the 12th of September would coincide with other budget activities that we would learn. And would that give you enough time, Mrs. Storrs, in getting us the list and the potential uncommitted monies?
Yes, and so I want to make sure I'm headed in the right direction with this. I can give you all the historical information and then the eligibility and what we had been tasked with spending the funding on, but then are you wanting me to also gather information on any other type of projects that are needed that would meet eligibility, or would that help? Or
So I have a little bit of a unique perspective here in it may not be what the rest of the council would appreciate. I would appreciate not having to filter through the data again of what all this money could go for, because it's quite a lot. And so if they would like that, I definitely understand why they would need that. However, what I'm going to key in on is what's the total amount of monies from CARES and ARPA that's left uncommitted or unspent. Okay. And like broadband as an example, just potential. Then what I would like is staff's list of all needed projects that qualify.
Okay.
And given an opportunity to help guide some of that versus just getting it one at a time.
Okay.
Does council need anything further? Do y'all want the education, which it's fairly lengthy to understand why something qualifies and where? It's locational. It has to do with different income levels and different populations around 100 square miles. So if you want to dig into that, I definitely want you to have that opportunity.
I would say no. I don't need that kind of detail. I think it would just up to this point. How much money do we have left, and if we had to prioritize, in what order? Would we prioritize that? And then, for me, just a little bit of color. Okay, if this one comes up at the top, why are we ranking them? Where they are, and I guess how the council maybe sees where we want to invest that.
Okay, we can do that.
Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Well, then, in that case, I think what we are saying is, Mr. Danforth is telling us that it's safe to table this until the next meeting. That doesn't negatively impact your project. You got anything else you want to steer with here?
No, I will back up Laura on this, on the ARPA funds and the other funds. A lot of those allocations, and you'll see that as I come forward with you with a couple of other projects, the remodel of the police department, 4th and 5th floors. Some of that fund is already allocated for that. So I agree with your request, council member. This was kind of the last of it that fit within that niche that we had to meet. And so if that gives you a little bit of clarification, that last piece that Laura had, but the remaining amount has been allocated to other construction projects.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody with a motion?
I'd make a motion that we table 9J until our next meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to table item 9J. Any further discussion on this guy? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes to table item 9J. On to our last item for today, item 9K, which is a change order with Mr. Kyle Sneederjohn.
Yes, sir. Again, passing the mic, taking an opportunity to have a senior project manager, Mr. Marco Lopez, who's actually overseeing this project, come before you and get an opportunity to experience the council and the council presentation. So with that, Marco Lopez.
Thank you, Kyle, for that introduction. Once again, my name is Marco Lopez. Mayor Stanley, council, good evening. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to discuss this agenda item and the 34th Avenue Pump Station Switchgear Replacement Project. As initial background, this is a pump station project. It does convey potable water, drinking water, and this project was funded and approved in the 2018-2019 CIP. The purpose of this project is to replace the aged high-voltage switchgear with 480-volt switchgear. Please refer your attention to the top photo in the slide before you. That is a photo taken of the pre-existing switchgear. And for those who may not be familiar with the term or switchgear, switchgear contains fuses, switches, and other electrical components to operate the electrical system. 480-volt equipment can be maintained and readily worked on by operations personnel. The pre-existing equipment required more expensive components when compared to 480-volt equipment. Another project objective is to replace the aged motors with newer, more efficient motors and variable frequency drives. Please refer to the bottom photo in the slide before you. That is an example of a pump in the foreground and a motor in the background. That gray item is the motor which drives the pump. I just used the term variable frequency drive. An acronym that we use in the industry is VFD, which VFDs allow the motor speed to be controlled, which can be slowly ramped up or slowly ramped down. This allows for improved flexibility of the system. Upon completion of the project, there will be significant flexibility of the system. An example is where combinations of certain pumps can be used based on water demand at that time. So the item at hand is change order number 3 for the project, which addresses pump number 6. So as additional background, the motor for the pump was replaced. I'm going to emphasize that the pump was not within the original scope of work. The motor was. The motor was replaced. During the test run, the motor functioned properly. However, the pump did not. The proposed change order includes the assessment of the pump and corresponding repairs. Upon recommended approval, it is anticipated that this process can be completed within about an 80-day time frame. I'm going to provide some technical specs on the motor and the capacity of the pump. So motor number 6 has a 400 horsepower capacity, and the capacity of the pump is 10 million gallons per day. So quite significant. So pump number 6 is an essential part in ensuring the reliability of water service to our residents. It is proposed that the change order be funded through water service revenue. Approval of change order number 3 is recommended to assess and repair pump number 6 in the approximate amount of $49,000. The original contract amount before you is just under $2.2 million. There were previous change orders in the approximate amount of $189,000. So upon recommended approval of change order number 3, it'll bring the revised contract amount to about $2.4 million. Staff recommends approval of this change order number 3 to the existing contract with Brown Construction Services. This does conclude the presentation. I appreciate the time and consideration. I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? If we know it, and if we don't, it's no big deal. A lot of times we have an original proposal that's approved, but we have a given budget that we've given. Do you know what the original budget was, and am I still within that, including both change orders?
So the original budget was $2.2 million as part of the water and sewer revenue bonds. The change orders are funded through water and sewer revenue funds.
Okay, so we are over the original budget. Okay, all right. Appreciate the presentation. Thanks for being in here in front of us today.
All right.
Do I have any discussion on this or further questions? Okay, entertain a motion on our last item.
I move to approve change order number 3 for the 34th Avenue Pump Station switchgear replacement as presented in the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 4-0 vote. Ms. City Secretary, we've got one that had to leave.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. At this time, that concludes all of our business. We'd like to thank everyone for watching and participating here today. We are going to have a motion, a second, and an adjournment if anyone would like to be adjourned.
I move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you, guys.